Hello. How's it going, everybody? How are you jackasses doing?
Want to walk around with my testosterone at 950? What bad thing is going to happen if I do that?
I don't think any. That doesn't mean we don't ignore follow up blood work, do all the things, keep an eye on their CBC, keep an eye on their lipids, but testosterone oftentimes improves lipids. And part of that is because it increases estradiol, which is very cardioprotective.
Yes. I mean, besides the prostate cancer, what are the concerns from the urological community?
What I hear from patients that see urologists, and that may be before they wound up seeing us, but they're told you're going to have a heart disease or you'll cause a heart attack.
Let's see, is Destiny streaming? No, it doesn't look like he's streaming.
Hey folks, Gary here with Paramount.
You'll have a blood clot, you'll have a stroke. You still hear that some. It doesn't seem as prevalent as it used to be. But that's how I would answer that, not really knowing the main things that are out there. They don't talk about too much of that in this paper.
Well, I think they may have gotten past that by now. Is an elevated H&H an actual concern? Hematocrit and hemoglobin is what H&H is, and this is a common value on a normal blood panel. And
I got a blood test a few days ago. Not all of the results are back in. But my complete blood count, C-reactive protein, and cystatin C, which is a marker of kidney health, are back in. Everything in my blood count is totally normal. Hematocrit, red blood cell count, platelets, all that. My hematocrit did increase slightly. I think it was at 0.47 before steroids. It's at 0.48. This is only after 45 days. Red blood cell count, I think, went from 4.8 to 5.1. And platelet count, I think, went from like 190 to 210. So not a huge increase. White blood cell count was increased. I think that might be because I had a cold.
Senior Intel official anonymously leaks that the Trump admin is planning on classifying transgenders as violent extremists. What's really gay is that they would be considered as a subset of nihilistic violent extremists like the recent church shooter.
That is, like, outrageously psychotic. Outrageously, insanely psychotic. Yeah, if they end up doing that, like, that's just absolutely fucking crazy. Thanks for the donation, though, retard. Kid Boo donated $2. Oh my god, it got a 98. Dude, Demon Slayer fucking sucks. Fuck Demon Slayer. Thanks for the donation, though, Kid Boo. Who's your favorite president? I would say the best president of all time would probably have to be Clinton. I hate him as a person, though.
Stefan Molyneux is back.
Oh, really? What is he fucking doing these days?
Excellent.
Huh.
Thanks again, Steph, for your time. I wanted to read in. God, you said posted too, so she said only number.
All right, from something. So without further ado, and my old way of arguing.
That's from '09. Weird.
For Jimmy Kimmel to state to his 5 to 7 watchers that beloved Christian political martyr Charlie Kirk, who was murdered for his faith, who was murdered for publicly proclaiming the principles of Christianity, a love for Jesus, a respect for God, to say that Charlie...
There's literally nothing in the Bible that opposes transgenderism. Like, again, the MAGA thing is that the reason the shooter shot him was over transgenderism. There's nothing in the Bible that mentions anything about transgenders. Nothing at all. It mentions homosexuality. It's very debatable if the Bible has anything inherently against homosexuality. People viewed homosexuality differently back then, and it has a completely different cultural kind of context. So in its cultural context, there's nothing inherent in the Bible that describes homosexuality as like an evil act in and of itself. And they didn't even have the concept of transgenderism. So for him to say this, it just makes no fucking sense, and it's retarded.
Charlie Kirk was murdered as a devout Christian, a public Christian, was murdered by another Christian. It's so wildly beyond offensive when it...
He didn't even watch the Jimmy Kimmel segment. He literally didn't even watch it.
It's completely false, that it is going to generate some blowback. But of course, if you're pampered and everyone agrees with you and you've never faced any particular blowback, from no matter how offensive you get, then consequences, yeah, they feel like fascism, they feel like tyranny, I get all of that, but...
So we're all good with cancel culture now. Okay.
Maybe surround yourself with people who disagree with you. Like last night, I saw that there was a fellow who wanted to debate me, who was a philosophy professor, and I immediately moved him to the top of the queue, and we had a very robust debate, and he picked apart everything that I said and thought, and it was really, really important. So important to engage with people who disagree with you. Then you don't end up saying these kinds of appalling things and then being absolutely shocked when people find it offensive because you've claimed that a...
Oh, I'm offended. Time to get canceled. Okay, so... The right wing is all in favor of cancel culture now. All right.
Christian martyr was...
Yeah, these people are just fucking wackos. Oh my god.
Ken Clip the reporter here is cringe and super anti-Israel, but he's always getting the juiciest leaks from government officials that are legit and generally solid info.
Trump administration is preparing to designate transgender people as violent extremists. Trans people are literally more likely to be attacked and killed versus non-transgenders when you account for like age, socioeconomic status, crap like that. We're looking at the entire spiderweb of any of these attacks. FBI Director Kash Patel told White House. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, well. The shooter wasn't even trans. It was a cis white guy. He had again, allegedly, a trans girlfriend. The shooter wasn't even trans. So fucking stupid, dude. Oh my god. Yeah, well, America's falling into fascism. Thanks for the donation, retard. PP Hold on $2. Cool facts. Hope this made your day. Let me see.
Just a reminder that tarantulas are known to kidnap frogs and keep them as pets. I wish I was joking. You see, normally tarantulas eat frogs, but scientists realize that sometimes when a tarantula lays eggs, instead, it will keep a frog as a guard frog to protect its eggs from things like predatory insects and ants. In return, the tarantula will keep the frog safe from predators and other tarantulas. And since the frog helped out the tarantula, once the eggs hatch, the tarantula will still keep the frog as its pet, or let him go and live his life. That's the coolest.
Weird. I did not know that. That is very, very fascinating. Huh. What do you know? Well, thanks for the donation, PP Hole.
Is lawful or lawless, ignoring court orders,
That's lawless.
impounding congressional funds,
Violates the law.
invoking emergency powers when there is no emergency,
Unlawful.
sending troops without an invite,
Violates the law.
covering for pedophiles. I just threw that one in there. Okay, I'll move to the next one. What about revoking birthright citizenship?
Violates the 14th Amendment of the Constitution.
How about violating due process?
Violates the 5th and 14th Amendment of the Constitution.
How about what we see happening with redistricting that would in some way minimize, if not delete, the voices of people of color as they are going through and illegally going through this process? Is there a constitutional amendment that you can think of that is associated with that?
Probably many, but it is
Okay.
unlawful and unconstitutional and un-American.
Thank you. As well as, can you tell me if it is lawful or lawless to violate free speech?
That's lawless.
Okay, sounds about right, because, you know, we had to have a conversation about Jimmy Kimmel, so I'm going to say free Jimmy Kimmel for sure, and hopefully we will deal with the FCC chairman. But the reason that I wanted to go through that long list, and that was actually not even the half of it, is because since this administration has come in on January 20th, they have engaged in some form of every single thing that I said on that list, even the part about covering for pedophiles. So my question is, why are we sitting here today? Number one, they already passed their bootleg laws, and it's clear that even the bill author is not well informed about what his bill does. Because as has already been stated, at the age of 18, you are an adult. So this idea that somehow 21-year-olds were now somehow juveniles under DC law, is that accurate or inaccurate?
It was inaccurate, misunderstood the way the law works.
Correct. Could not understand how to read the law and decided that they were going to rewrite the law and mess up the law. And to be clear, we were talking about judges being able to have enough discretion to decide whether or not they were going to give someone an opportunity maybe to clean their record, such as the bill author was given that opportunity under Florida law because his second felony was picked up when he was 21, to be clear. So he was older than 18. And under this law, if you were under, 25, so 24 or under, then the judges had discretion, correct?
but only in certain kinds of cases, not the most serious cases. And in fact, that discretion was, as we know, exercised very rarely. And it would have been an opportunity had the Congress wanted to talk with the folks who are involved in applying that law and seeing how it works to understand that this is not a law that's out of sync with other states, and it's working.
Thank you so much. And the reason that it matters is because now the gentleman from Florida is trying to become a governor, and chances are maybe D.C., once they get statehood, could have had a future governor that had a second chance. But since they don't want other people to have chances that they've been given, they want to just pretend like they are bigger and better and badder.
Jimmy didn't even directly claim the shooter was MAGA, he just described reality, that MAGA is entirely focused on blaming Democrats for the shooting. Very distinct. Trump's FCC violates Trump's own executive order on free speech and a 9-0 SCOTUS ruling.
Yeah. Dude, they're just full of shit. These people are fascists. They want a totalitarian dictatorship. And every time they invoke things like, oh, freedom of speech, freedom of expression, they're just doing it so that they can get away with whatever the fuck they want, but as soon as they have an opportunity to fuck over everybody else, they'll take it. It's fucking infuriating. Thanks for the donation, though, retard. Did you have a good sleep? Remember your dream now? I do not remember my dream. I slept a lot today. I slept all night, I woke up, I slept some more, woke up for a little bit, slept some more. I needed a lot of fucking sleep today. Just fucking zonked.
Dan, so I will move on because I am frustrated that we are having this hearing when we know that this administration can't take care of their own business. As we know, they recently illegally bombed yet another Venezuelan boat, and we may be headed for a war. We know that this particular president has decided that he wants to shake down people as it relates to the First Amendment, because he has filed not one lawsuit, not two lawsuits, but he has filed numerous lawsuits. He filed a lawsuit against the New York Times. He filed one against the Wall Street Journal, against CBS, against ABC, against the Des Moines Register. He is doing all of this because he wants to quash any speech that is not appreciative or lauding him, which is pretty much anything that's factual. So let's talk a few facts about these January 6th felons that should still be incarcerated because they went through the process, but because they were doing things on his behalf, of course, he wanted to let them go. So they released more than 1,000 people who participated in the insurrection on this government, many of whom had previous criminal records, like Mr. Theodore Mendenforth, who was convicted of predatory criminal sexual assault of a child, or Mr. Peter Schwartz, who had 38 prior convictions, including one where he beat his wife by repeatedly punching and biting her. Trump also pardoned Mr. David Daniel, who was convicted of production and possession of child pornography. Trump also pardoned Mr. Daniel Ball, who, quote, threw an explosive device that detonated upon at least 25 officers during the Capitol riot. He also had a record for, quote, domestic violence by strangulation. I'm not done. Trump also pardoned Mr. Andrew Taki, who sent nudes to an undercover law enforcement officer who was posing as a 15-year-old girl. Mr. Casey Hopkins also received a pardon from Trump, and Mr. Hopkins was convicted of forcible rape. According to court records, he, quote, had forcible intercourse with the victim, choked her to the point of impairing her vision, banged her head into a wall, and urinated into the victim's mouth as he humiliated her. These are the people that he decided to release in the streets of D.C. So,
yeah, fucking crazy. And a lot of these January 6th pardon people, they've been locked up. I think 2 of them were shot and killed by police because they're doing some, like, fucking, like, gangster shit. One of them tried to, like, rob a bank or something. A few more have been locked up. One of them, I think, was locked up for child porn charges again. Like, it's so fucking psychotic. The Trump administration is just insane.
If anybody does need to clean up DC, I would agree it is this man, because he is the one that is causing half the crime that we have. Not only is he participating in the crime, but we know that he instigated the insurrection. And if I did say that I had one issue with the Biden-Harris administration, it is the fact that they did not move forward and make sure that this man was put where he should have been put. Because the last time I checked as a criminal defense attorney, and Mr. Attorney General, you may have a different experience, but I never had a defendant that had 34 convictions for felonies and did not spend one day in jail. Never in my life. And the last time I checked, the party of law and order is the only one that decided that they would be out of order and decided to nominate someone who was not only indicted but was actually convicted of multiple felonies. That has never happened in this country, and it is a shame that we are dealing with it now. And now he...
Yeah, Jasmine Crockett is fucking based.
This says this is 100% not true. I mean, to say 100% not true is to act as if nothing he said is true in that statement. And so what exactly is The Rock commenting on? Coach Greg, and look who's back to YouTube, none other than Derek from More Plates, More Dates. And what brought him out of the woodworks? Well, the fact that The Rock has downsized and is now a pebble. And isn't it ironic, as Derek's boulder shoulders, they're looking a lot more like pebbles now after all. Derek has
I think he was on Peter Attia's podcast recently.
Like me.
Wait. Where did he show up? 9 days ago.
So you sort of...
So he's a lot smaller than he used to be, but he's still clearly in decent shape. So I don't... Some people just find it uncomfortable being at a certain body weight. Like, he might have just started doing more cardio and he found it really fun, and he just started focusing on like running or cycling or something, and he just feels better at a lower body weight. Like, similar thing happened with Clarence Kennedy. He just didn't feel comfortable being like 180 plus pounds, and he just wanted to get lighter because he felt better. And then Greg is turning this whole thing into, oh, the reason he's smaller is because his supplements that he sells aren't as good. Like, he's fucking retarded.
significantly downsized as well. Derek needs to do a breakdown on Derek. Rip Boulder Shoulders Derek. Perhaps he's going to come out and defend The Rock and say, you know, this is part of aging. When you have all that muscle and you get older, you're going to be significantly downsized. Derek and The Rock, they have so much in common. I mean, with the lies. The fact that Derek was saying he had a Juga Turkistanica when we all know it wasn't. And of course, I have the receipts. He hasn't sued me. We don't know why. I mean, obviously, if I was slandering his name or didn't have proof of what I'm saying to be true, don't you think they would have chimed in and said something, anything? And so let's see what Derek's deflated shoulders have to say about The Rock's deflated physique.
Let's be honest, he's still yoked. It is not as big of a melt as people might be suggesting, because people don't understand what a baggy Hawaiian shirt is, apparently.
And so Derek says he hasn't lost a lot of muscle. He just put on a
He has. He's a lot smaller.
Hawaiian shirt. And so perhaps it's what's happened to Derek. When he wears a tank top, his shoulders are as wide.
On the latest Piers Morgan Waffen, Steven Crowder soys out and pretends he's a big man and not a closet homosexual. Never Trump Republican who mentored Charlie Kirk early in his career tries to be Jesus, and Don Lemon's segment is a total waste of time.
All right, we'll check that out in a bit. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Wide as a barn door, but now that he's wearing long sleeve shirt, well, his shoulders, they're practically non-existent. And remember, I do believe that Derek is still on HRT. I mean, he does own an HRT clinic. And I mean, I did have leaked message from someone who used to work from him, but I'm not going to show everything that he told me, but he listed out his exact cycle. I mean, imagine that.
And he's like out there promoting a role where he happens to be playing the most jacked.
Video of me hitting the weights from earlier today. Measured my arms at 17 inches with a pump.
Let me see. 125-pound curls. Nice. Nice. Yeah, good form. Keep at it, dude. Get fucking jacked. Thanks for the donation, Matthew.
Character he's ever played, essentially.
And so does that make any sense? Think of it. The Rock's been playing the largest character he's ever had to play. He's had to play a massive smashing machine, Mark Kerr, but yet as soon as the filming is done, he loses a tremendous amount of size. I mean, we all know that The Rock has lied. He said, oh, I was only on perhaps some pro hormones when I was 18 or 19, but, you know, since that time, 100% natural, hardest worker in the room.
This is him at peak. This is what a lot of people know him as. And, you know, to a fault, because this is what people will compare him to.
I mean, look at The Rock here.
Sean T is on steroids. Oh, yeah, he is. Yeah, he hopped on gear. Yep, he is on steroids. He has a lot of like gay thirst traps on his Insta. It's pretty weird. Is he gay or is he straight? Yeah. Might want to work on his quads a little bit more, but his upper body is pretty jacked. Oh, no, he's gay. Yeah, he's gay. Yeah, he's gay. Yeah, I figured he was gay. Yeah, now that I remember, he was definitely gay. He has that gay voice, I remember now, from those commercials. Yeah, he's pretty gay. Wonder when he hopped on. Wonder how much steroids he takes. Thank you for the donation, Chris. Appreciate it. What is even that title on your live stream? It's a reference to Jeffrey Epstein. How are you today? Pretty good. I just very tired. Very tired.
In his 50s. I mean, come on. Like, come on. And suddenly to lose all that muscle and for his face to get thinner. When you take steroids, it often causes the moon face. You have more volume in the face. It causes your head to swell, to get bigger. And so in a matter of months, The Rock has lost a significant amount of size. And you have to assume it's from stopping steroids. And so isn't it ironic that The Rock is the age of Mark Kerr and he's playing a young Mark Kerr? A sauce genetic phenom known
David donated $2. What
for having a...
What the fuck did I just do?
Yes, I am growing stronger. Yes, yes, I am growing very strong. My muscles are getting bigger. Yes, the sleeping times. Oh, sleep so many dream. Now it's time to pump the muscles. Yes, another day of
Yeah, that's basically my routine. Thanks for the donation, David.
A tremendous amount of muscle long before they implied rules, regulations about the use of performance-enhancing drugs. And so how is all this possible? Like, really think about it. He's playing a man perhaps 20 years younger than himself and has a physique equal or better than him. You tell me. And so if you look through The Rock's photos in his 30s, you can clearly see that 15 years later into his 50s, he's put on a significant amount of muscle. The guy's been training since he was a teenager. And so how does anyone explain that? Other than Mike O'Hearn, we know of no one who continues to put on muscle, having trained as a teenager into their 50s.
Munty genetic beast reaction to you. Trust me, very Munty. He says at one point in the video that high school girls give him compliments saying how good he looks for his age, lol.
I don't know what situations he's in as a guy in his, like, 50s where he ever ends up talking to high school girls. If the guy looked good, he would show himself on camera. But he never does.
I've always wanted to say this to you, but I figured it would sound better coming from him.
Face, right?
Fuck you, motherfucking hole every generation, motherfucker!
Scream it, yeah.
You don't know how to talk!
Fuck to your face!
Hello? That guy was awesome.
Thank you for watching. I had to get...
I don't know what the fuck that was. Thanks for the donation, CDE. What the hell was that? I'm confused. I don't even know what's going on right now. Yeah, if Genetic Beast looked good, he would show his face on camera, but he never does because he's probably overweight.
My friends, it's Team Mun. We're gonna react to the vegan slave here, Richard, vegan slave from I don't know, vegan slave. Anyways, so Richard, vegan slave or vegan gains says vegan gains reacts to Siverage vegans, the epitome of malnourishment number 9. Okay.
I wonder why he did that. Brian Johnson.
Why did he do that? Because he's on slave food diet. That's why. He didn't do this. It's Severage or Godis. He made this video.
So he lost weight and got healthier, and that's a problem.
Let me get this straight. He lost weight, but did he get healthier? No. He obviously looks sick.
Looking sick and being healthier are two different things. So you can look sicker but be healthier. And he doesn't look sick. He just looks like a 43-year-old man who's lean. Like,
he's on the slave food diet, so how could he have gotten healthier? Let me get this straight. So
being overweight, having an alcohol problem, depressed, and having sleep issues, you're healthier in that state than being on a plant-based diet and being lean and exercising, getting good sleep, low stress, no alcohol.
Richard here from Vegan Slave says Because the guy lost weight, he must be healthy. That makes absolutely no sense. You could have lost weight and still be unhealthy. Eating a slave food diet. Listen, man, starving yourself on slave food diet, negative nitrogen balance is not healthy for you.
What's his evidence that he has a negative nitrogen balance? If he has a negative nitrogen balance, he'd be perpetually losing muscle mass.
Get it? You are deteriorating faster than you're regenerating.
Oblong.
Holy shit. It looks scary there.
I mean, it's called lighting. Wait. Oh my god. Oh, look how horrible I look. Oh, I've aged so badly. Oh my god, what happened to Vegan Gain's face? Oh, he looks horrendous. The vegan diet is killing him. Like... Yeah, there's unflattering lighting. I don't know what the fuck that has to do with him being unhealthy.
Yeah, he's 45. He's older.
Yeah, but me at 40, me in my late 50s, I look way better than him. I know you're
Okay, then show yourself on camera.
talking about, Richard. And I probably look as old as you do. Holy shit.
When was the last video he uploaded when he was even on camera?
All right, friends, I'm back in Nations. I went to get some food here.
Okay, no. We might have to go way back. Is this him?
All right, friends, it's Team Mutton. And the guy over there looking at
No, that's not even him. He hasn't shown himself on camera in a long fucking time. Oh my god. Showing what he eats.
All right, broski, we're back with part 2.
Yeah, he's not even... I just want to see the most recent video. We're over a year now and he still hasn't shown his face. Here we go. So this is over a year ago.
All right, man, I'm
So this guy is claiming he looks younger than me and better than me.
Shit, hold on a second. The helmet. It's mineralized, no city water. See that? Case of World War.
Like, this is neutral, overcast, outdoor lighting, by the way. So he can't really use the excuse that, oh, well, it was like this dimly lit room with really harsh downlighting. Why is this so slow? Yeah. You can make up your own mind. But I don't think he looks younger than me. And I don't think he looks better than me either. So Bug donated $2. Burley seems like an insecure man-child. LMAO dude looks like Gordon Ramsay if he was broke and lazy. Yeah, and this is 3 years ago. So guaranteed he gained weight. So yeah, I mean, so he stopped lifting weights and he gained weight and he's eating like shit. So this is, he would look better here, and this is 3 years ago. But yeah, thanks for the donation, Bug.
You're what, 32? You look at my last video I just uploaded.
I'm 34.
Compare me to you, man.
So he thinks I'm 32. I'm 34. So he's already admitting I look younger than I really do. Oops. He did an oopsie. He literally admitted I look younger than I am.
I'm fucking pushing 60. So I must be doing pretty good on that unhealthy diet.
He does not look good for somebody who's nearly 60.
I'm eating raw animal products. Yes. Animal eating meat is, yeah, very unhealthy. That's why I look like I'm 30. Okay.
I look more like my mom than I do my dad, so I'd say I inherited most of my looks from her.
Buddy, like, just imagine what Sparge is gonna look like if he lives to 45, and assuming he doesn't get arrested.
He's gonna look amazing because he's older than you. He's gonna look amazing like he does now. He does.
I think he's only 3 years older than me. He's not that much older, and he looks older.
Now because he's on a natural diet, the natural human diet. Unlike you, of course.
And we can still see him on social media. Like, I don't know what Sparge expects to look like when he doesn't exercise and he eats like shit.
He doesn't exercise. Why do you have to exercise? Exercise is unnatural. He doesn't eat like shit.
Yes, because cavemen just got their worker robots to hunt and forage and build shelters and chop wood and get water and travel for them. Everything was automated back then. No one ever exercised.
Shit, he eats better than you. And we all know that you're a fake vegan, man, because the vegan compilation, it just screams that Vegan Slave is fake because none of these vegans make it past 2 years. They're all falling apart. They're suffering from scurvy, an amino acid deficiency.
Extreme aging. He looks like a 45-year-old.
Nope. He looks a lot older than that. He's aging. He's deteriorating faster than he's aging. You're not supposed to be aging. That is a bio.
You're not supposed to be aging as you age. Okay.
There's a biological clock. You could call that aging, and there's a time when you die, but you could shorten that biological clock and die early because you're deteriorating faster than you're aging. You're deteriorating. You're not really aging because you're not growing. You stopped growing at 21. You're not aging. If you're aging, that's because you're deteriorating, because you're eating a diet that is deficient, that is, negative nitrogen balance. It's deficient in nutrients. Human cells, according to science, only want nutrients, dude. Get it? They don't want fucking sugar. They don't want carbohydrates. They don't want any of these fucking man-made fruits, vegetables, any of this bullshit stuff, okay? That's not found out in nature. It doesn't want any of that. Human cells just want nutrients, and they're only found in animal products, raw animal products. And I know you're going to say it's unhealthy. Prove it. Prove that raw animal, natural animal products are unhealthy. Prove it to me that they're unhealthy. There's no science on it stating that it's unhealthy, because it's healthy, so that doesn't pay for them to make one, because the outcome will be healthy. Now, cooking meat, yeah.
I could explain, but you know, what would be the point?
Yeah, that's unhealthy because it's processed. You're processing things. Get it? Like, I don't know.
7 months of progress, flexed biceps emoji, feel like it's pretty standard progress but still cool to look back at these soy gains.
I can't get out of this. I'm going to go forward. I'm not going to quit, so I'm going to go forward. Bring it on. And I think if there's anything that you learn, it's to keep pushing through things that suck.
Come on, man. Get up. Get up again tomorrow. Get up again tomorrow. Get up again tomorrow. The next day. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up.
And every morning you wake up, you hold yourself accountable to that mission. Not a company's your own. Make up your own mission statement. What do you...
Pretty good, especially with just one ball. Thanks for the donation, Sky.
Pasteurized milk is processed, so it's unhealthy.
Yeah, this is the 24-inch dildo guy. He records on his phone, and he accidentally showed a tab where he was trying to order a 24-inch gigantic dildo. I have no idea why he was looking for that and what he was planning to do with it, but yep.
There you go.
Low testosterone. He literally doesn't have low testosterone.
Sure he does. He's on a vegan diet, right? All vegans have low testosterone and are in
They don't.
negative nitrogen balance.
Yeah, I don't know if he's on TRT anymore, but I think
I mean,
it's...
come on, look at you. Yeah, TRT, exactly. Just like you. Because your diets are garbage. Now you're taking artificial hormones like you. You're pumping artificial hormones. You're an artificial vegan.
So this is what I looked like before I started taking steroids. This is before any steroids. So, okay.
Vegan, you're eating an artificial diet, slave food, peasant food diet. He's eating a peasant slave food diet, artificial diet, and taking artificial hormones. So, wow, this is the optimal diet. It's very healthy for you. But guess what? People on a natural carnivore, raw carnivore, real diet that they're supposed to be eating is, I know, according to Vegan Slave here, it's unnatural to get all the nutrients that you need and not be on all these fucking artificial hormones. God damn, because God forbid, man, we're in positive nitrogen balance. It's associated with high fucking testosterone. Guess why? Because we're not deficient in anything, in any nutrients. And oh, we're in positive nitrogen balance all the time.
His test was at around 500 off TRT. On TRT,
my test is over 1200. I'm on raw animal products.
Show the lab work.
And I'm not even working. I rarely ever work out, and I got a lot of muscle. And I look like a bodybuilder all the time because I built my muscle a long time ago, decades ago. I don't need to keep building it forever. Once you build myofibrillar nuclei and myofibrillar growth, it's fucking permanent, pretty much, providing you're in positive nitrogen balance, which vegans are not. That's why they take fucking steroids.
it was a bit higher. I think it was like 800 or something. So, like, as far as I know, Sparrow never even got his testosterone checked.
Why does Sparrow need to have his testosterone checked? He eats raw animal products. His testosterone's normal. It would be abnormal if you're eating an abnormal diet like the
Yeah, that's not how that works.
One that you're eating like Brian Johnson, the fake Jevity guy.
Like, by the way, there's a lot of reasons for why somebody might have low testosterone. Getting kicked in the nuts can make you have low testosterone. If you have direct damage to your testes from like an injury, that can cause you to have low testosterone. There's a lot of different, like a lack of sleep, stress. It can just randomly be low for no particular reason because of genes or whatever. Like, just because you're eating a particular diet doesn't mean your testosterone's high.
And he does not have anemia. He's shown his blood work. He's not anemic.
Sure he is. That's why he takes steroids. He's anemic. It's kind of obvious. He takes...
Like, oh my god, dude. I can't with this guy.
Takes synthetic pills. He eats artificial diet called vegan.
So he's not anemic then. Whether he's on steroids or not, if the steroids cured his anemia, okay, well, he's not anemic.
What else is there? I don't know, man. He does these exercises which are artificial too. It's not natural. All of that accelerates more deterioration. Look at these guys. They're all deteriorating. These so-called vegans, healthy vegans. Yes. Let's see how healthy they are.
I don't know who the fuck this is.
Oh.
If you're... Steroids don't necessarily increase your need for iron. If you're taking something like boldenone, possibly, because it is particularly good at generating new red blood cells. But yeah, if you're just on a lower dose of testosterone, probably not.
Look at the look on V.
Booty cum, donate $2. Let me see.
And no one could ounce on me, but thank. I know it ain't a problem, cause giving lovely brain, the sun comes.
UK rap is horrendous.
Used to this, I swear my life's like a scene from a movie clip. I swear, we ain't trying to.
Yeah, it's just horrendous. I feel like these are the kids that would just get beat up in school because everyone thinks they're gay. Like, this is so gay. Gross. Fuck you. You're an asshole.
Vegan slaves look when he sees these fucking mummies looking at him, deteriorated mummies from the vegan diet, bro. He's just freaking out. Yeah, those are all your friends.
Who's that chick who's on the carnivore diet who's like anorexic?
Aloha, friend.
Yeah, this chick's on the carnivore diet. So, apparently eating a natural diet doesn't solve all your problems.
They're your buddies, your vegan mummies there. See what they look like? What? You didn't like...
What's with women putting babies on their dating profile? I am not a Tinder user. I see a lot of women saying they're single moms. Apparently Tinder is like, it's only single moms is what I've been told. They're crazy. I'm convinced people, like the majority of people who use online dating apps are like fucking deranged lunatics. The way people make their dating profiles, like, you can tell they have fucking problems. There's just, like, they admit to being crazy people. And you'd think if you want to have success with dating, you wouldn't want people to know you're insane, but they're so fucked, they don't even realize, like, how dysfunctional they are.
The new Jordan Peele horror movie Him was pretty solid. Maybe skim through the trailer or watch on your own time.
Let me take a look.
Do I look at you or the
You'll
camera?
just look right at me. You'll just ignore the camera.
Okay.
There are a lot of people saying you could be the next great quarterback. I can already see it now. Cam running down the tunnel with the crowd chanting his name.
I hear you've been invited to train with legend Isaiah White himself. Care to elaborate?
I want to be the GOAT. Cameron King. Great meeting you. I'm a fan. That's crazy. I damn near worshiped you growing up. Who are you?
I'm him.
Who are you?
I'm him. My time.
Let's play a little catch. We going to the league!
You want to play at your highest level?
You want to be a legend? Let me tell you something. This ain't a game. Who are they? Just gonna toss the ball around a little. You wanna hit this? You can't handle it. I understand. Oh, too slow. Wait, what are we doing? That man's smile about to be on the floor. This is how you do your teammate? What is this?
Set hard! Eagle notes, enemies, set hard! Set hard! Set hard!
In this game, violence is rewarded, so learn to enjoy it.
Get your shit together! Activate my hit.
Cam, are you okay?
I think something's off.
You don't know what you're getting yourself into.
Now we playing some football!
Don't have to do this.
Activate my hit.
I've never been more certain of anything in my life. And how bad does Cameron Cade want it?
I ain't a killer, but don't push me.
I'm not just gonna give it to you. You got to take it from me.
I ain't a killer, but don't push me.
What if I say no? Run. Think of it as a gift from the God.
Killer, but don't push me. So what are you willing to sacrifice?
That looks interesting. I like the concept. Yeah, I'll probably watch that. Thanks for the donation, nigga. How to fix skinny fat, lose weight, and lift weights.
Like to see that? You don't like to see the truth. Why don't you play the vegan compilations? Go through all of them. Let's see. I'm no longer vegan. Why? Look at them. They're deteriorating faster than they're aging, man. Deterioration on a high scale.
She's older.
Again, it's kind of interesting how I'm mysteriously missing from these videos.
Okay.
She's older? What does that have to do with anything? Being older in number. That's a biological clock, older. Yeah, you're not supposed to be looking deteriorated. No,
She looks like a normal 25-year-old.
may be older in age, but she looks deteriorated. Get it, dude? Young, I go eating raw animal, starving, and that'd be crazy. People who are starving, okay.
Meatballs.
She's got that, and she's nuts. She grew up on an animal-based diet.
Looks good.
She looks good now, but wait till that vegan diet kicks in. If she is on one, which I don't even know, she could be a faker too. There's a lot.
Yeah, there you go. As soon as there's a good-looking vegan, oh, they're not even vegan.
A lot of fakes out there, probably getting paid by the government to push this agenda, vegan diet, human exploitation. This is what veganism is, a form of human exploitation. That's what it is. Look at her, she's nuts. She makes money doing this. She makes money doing this like you.
Tash looks good. Like, what? Is he just claiming?
Yeah, she grew up eating meat. That's why she looks good. She grew up in Australia.
She's crazy.
Like, again, I've been vegan for 15 years now. Do I look like I have a problem? Like, in every conceivable way, I have gotten better. I've gotten bigger, stronger. Most people think I look younger than I really am. Like, even he accidentally admitted I look younger than I am. He thought I was 32. I'm 34. Most people assume I'm in my, like, late 20s. My mental health has improved. I cured my depression. Like... but yeah, I know they all say, like, oh, you're not even vegan. That's what Sverge says. He thinks I'm eating meat. Yeah, and I know they also say, oh, well, you're on steroids. I literally only started, what has it been, 48 days ago? Like, I started getting a lot of steroid accusations after I benched 410 pounds. And then when I leaned down, and, like, I lost the body fat where you could see the amount of muscle I built, like, then everyone started accusing me of being on steroids, but I only started 48 days ago.
Crazy?
She is crazy because she started eating the vegan diet. Made her nuts because she's starving now.
Buddy, you paid a hitman to, like, kill your ex-girlfriend and child.
He didn't pay any hitman to kill anybody. That is defamation, man. You better be careful. That means for a legal lawsuit, dude. You better be careful. Even
Yeah, I'm sure Sverage is gonna sue me when he's hiding in Kazakhstan from Interpol. Sverage is the last person I'm worried about suing me. I'd like him to try and sue me. It'll make it that much easier for the fucking police to get him.
criminal charges.
Militant vegan, like Rafaela, looks good.
She looks good. She don't look good to me. She looks like she's...
The part of the Genetic Beast video about the high school girls was at 9:30. Watch for 20 seconds. He says the girl rolled over and asked his age. Pretty sus.
Oh, 9:30? Okay, we'll watch that. Like, I don't know, she looks kind of fit and healthy and pretty. Like, like you can see the veins in her muscles and shit. She has workout clips. Like, how many women on the carnivore diet look as good as her? What? Just fucking retarded. So, yeah, apparently being fit and muscular and looking youthful is deteriorating. So, yeah. 9:30.
Take a good look at me. Still got my long hair and everything. Look fine. Man, every time I talk to girls here, I got young high school girls telling me they like my hair. Holy shit. And they tell me I look good, I look young. One turned over and she goes, "Holy shit, how old are you?" She goes, "Holy fuck, you look young."
We've literally seen him on camera. He looks like if Gordon Ramsay like smoked crack and ate donuts all day. That is a very weird thing to say. Like for his age too. I don't know where the fuck he's talking to high school girls.
Raphael in here, like some of these like
because she's deteriorating.
Literally make no sense. Like some of these people do look bad, like especially the raw vegans.
See, he admits to it. These vegans look bad, but guess what? Nobody on a raw animal carnivore diet looks bad. They actually look better. They keep looking better and better.
They don't. Sfarage does not look particularly good. Like he also had to wear a wig. He's literally wearing a wig because his hair kept receding.
They just keep getting better.
But I mean, Rafaela is a fit, good-looking woman.
She's I love this. She's a fit, good-looking woman. You'll be fit automatically when you're in homeostasis eating a raw animal diet. What are you talking about? Lions are fit. They don't exercise. Animals are all fit. They don't exercise. What are you talking
They do, in fact, exercise.
about?
I don't know how he figures they get food.
They eat their natural diets.
Apparently, being vegan makes you, like, fit, and that's a problem?
How does veganism make you fit? Exactly. How does it make you fit?
Like, this is a problem, according to Sfarage?
That poison is going to course through her body and deteriorate her even more. But this is definitely deteriorating regardless because she's in negative nitrogen balance.
How is she in negative nitrogen balance if she built muscle? That's literally impossible.
She grew up on meat, but don't worry. The vegan diet will take care of her quite quickly. She'll be the next one on the video. I'm no longer vegan.
Hasn't she been vegan for like at least 5 years now?
I think that's her, isn't it her? I think she's in one of those videos where she's no longer vegan now or something.
No.
Look at that. Look at the bro. Vegan diet deteriorate and blood too.
All right. Well, that's Genetic Beast. He's a fascinating character. Me, Stony Tillers, what type of Pokemon? Oh. I don't know what type of Pokemon that is. Oh my god, what is that? Wow, I've never seen a guy like that. Cody. Never seen a little guy like that. Wow. Very handsome. Oh, that's a Hyrax. I know what Pokemon that is. Those are Hyrax. You can see their little toes. My goodness. Oh. That's a groundhog.
Just fart.
Oh my god. So chunky. Oh, I love these chunky little guys. Oh, I wish I had a groundhog. Oh my god, they're so chunky. And they're so person. Oh my goodness. Oh. Oh, he wants on the chair. Does he know how to get up? Oh. think he's too stubby to get up. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's a nice little rat. Oh, I love rats. Oh, look at his little hands. Oh, rats are so good. I love rats. Oh, rats are nice, fuzzy little guys. Oh, I love rats. Oh, rats are so nice. Look at that nice little rat. Oh, I love rats. Rats are just so good. Oh, rats are nice. Look at these little rats. I love rats. Thanks for the donation, Mies.
So I would imagine he's had some pretty in-depth diagnostics to evaluate that this was, you know, something he could tolerate or had a high likelihood of tolerating well.
What's shocking to me is that The Rock, who's almost a billionaire, he has all the money in the world, but yet he's not doing the diagnostic tests to determine whether or not he's healthy. And so, following making this movie, where he played Mark Kerr, a juiced-up behemoth, he then got some testing done, finally.
SDX 22 is great. Another trash horror movie made for Gen Alpha retards that is neither scary or eerie, but just disgusting and gory. Are they making a new genre? Horrors that are not scary / horrors at all. Weapon Sinners. Watch House the Devil and Hell House LLC. I heard... whatchamacall? I heard, Weapons was good. I don't know about Sinners. Yeah, Sinners I heard was good. It's not really meant to be scary. It's just a vampire movie. Thanks for the donation, though, STX.
And they revealed that his circumflex artery, that it had some blockage. Now, they tried to cleverly portray that this was something genetic. They tried to tell us that his cholesterol, the fact that his HDL was very low, that was somehow genetic. I mean, how would they even know if it's genetic? I mean, one of the most common side effects of using testosterone is having lower levels of HDL, and so why would he think that to be the case?
Like, there's nothing healthy about what this is. Like, he gained insane amounts of juice muscle for sure at early 50s.
I mean, if anything, his decision to get into the shape of his life in playing Black Adam, followed by his decision to play Mark Kerr, those two back to back, where he would have had to abuse a serious amount of steroids. I mean, he's not a normal sized man. He was always a jacked guy, but he got more jacked than last time. And so perhaps those were the final blows to his physique. And he can no longer ignore it. And so upon seeing the circumflex having that...
Nick Fuentes clip.
Please welcome recent Harvard University graduate, Shabbos Kestenbaum.
Oh, no. Shabbos Kestenbaum.
My name is Shabbos Kestenbaum.
Oh, brother.
I am a proud first-generation American. I am a
American.
proud Orthodox Jew.
I love to say that.
And as of 5 months ago,
Oh,
I am the
brother.
proud plaintiff suing Harvard University for its failure to combat anti-Semitism.
Come on. They love to sue.
Whatever. Thanks for the donation, Pooh.
blockage, he had to decide it isn't worth it. I'm going to now pivot. I'm going to play smaller roles in my acting.
Yeah, I
I'm
haven't seen
already
Terror in
nearly a
Resonance.
billionaire, and so do I really need all of this money? I mean, what after all is the point of having billions of dollars if you don't have your health or you're not even alive?
This guy is on the top of the charts when it comes to fake naturals. He's right up there with Mike O'Hearn.
The Rock has officially responded to steroid allegations. And do you think he's going to say, you know, it's all true, I admit it? Of course not. He's going to say, this is 100% a lie.
However, the show looks like it's finally coming to an end. He recently found out that he had plaque buildup in his circumflex artery from his decades of gear use. Probably why he decided to hop off.
I can guarantee you it's not from steroid use. It's from his shitty diet. He eats like a fucking retard. I don't know why, like... we know why cholesterol builds up in your arteries. It's because of elevated serum cholesterol. Steroids are not the only thing that elevates cholesterol. They don't even elevate cholesterol to a very significant degree. So if you're eating a lot of saturated fat and dietary cholesterol, that is going to be a way bigger risk factor than taking high doses of steroids. Rich Piana had that autopsy done when he died. He had very minor
Does militant
atherosclerosis.
vegan have a nice pussy and butthole? Please watch.
Yeah, she does. I've seen her OnlyFans. Let me see.
Let me show you guys the best way to wash your fruit and vegetables, especially if you are not buying organic. Let's
I don't know what organic has to do with
go.
anything.
Start by putting your fruit in some water. Don't use vinegar. A lot of people think vinegar, but the research actually says baking soda is best. 5 grams of baking soda, about 1 tablespoon per liter of water. Let it soak for 15 minutes. That's all you need. Now, the way this works is that most of the pesticides in your fruit or vegetables are acidic. So using an alkaline substance like baking soda leads to degradation of those pesticides. Give them a good rinse, wash off any of the old water and the baking soda, put them on a towel or something to dry them, and you're good. That's the way to clean.
How about not going through that effort?
You would have to eat 25
This is going to be stupid.
cups of kale every day to get enough zinc. You would have to eat
I don't know who's eating kale to get zinc.
4 cups of dry beans or 10 cups of cooked beans to get enough zinc
I don't know why you do that to get zinc.
every day. You would have to eat 4 cups of dry lentils or 10
I don't know why you do that to get zinc.
cups of cooked lentils every day to get enough zinc. You would have to eat 2 cups of pumpkin seeds to get
Okay, well, how about you just eat some hemp seeds and a mix of the other foods? And if needed, just take a supplement.
enough zinc. Getting enough zinc is essential for optimal levels of testosterone, a healthy immune system, and a strong gut. The problem
Okay, so maybe hemp seeds are the way to go then?
with trying to get your zinc from plant foods is that these foods generally don't contain a lot of zinc, and the zinc in these foods is not very bioavailable because of other
They're plenty bioavailable. That's just a myth.
anti-nutrients, phytic acid, oxalates, etc., in these foods that prevent zinc absorption by your body. Even though the nutrition label might say you're going to get 10 milligrams of zinc from 25 cups of kale or 10 cups of cooked lentils, you're not going to even absorb that much zinc from those foods. But there's good news here. You only have to eat 6 ounces of red meat to get your daily requirement of zinc, 10 milligrams. And the zinc in red meat is very bioavailable. All the
Yeah, so why are you such a weak, skinny beta male then?
zinc in this meat is going straight into your body. So, yet again, red meat is a superfood when it comes to testosterone, immune.
You know what is great for testosterone? Injecting testosterone. Like, everyone is such a retarded fucking pussy. Look, I'm convinced, like, almost literally everybody, like, I mean 99% of men should be injecting testosterone. Like, there's the rare occasion where you might see a guy whose testosterone is at, like, 1200 naturally. But 99% of men should just be injecting testosterone. The data is pretty clear on this. You get the most physical and mental health benefits between about 1,500 to 2,000 nanograms per deciliter testosterone. Men are just more psychologically healthy, and they also build more muscle mass, have more energy, higher sex drive, all that good shit when your test is between 1,500 to 2,000. All you need to do for that is inject about 20 to 30 milligrams testosterone per day. It's just not a big fucking deal. So I like all this bullshit about just eat a steak. I think his testosterone is only like 650 or something the last time he got it checked. It's not very high. Most, like, yeah, like Brian Turner, I think he got his testosterone checked. He was at like 640 or 660. I was at 540 last time I got it checked. I think John Venus might have gotten it tested once, and I think he was at around 700. Like, it's just normal. Most men who are like fairly fit and healthy tend to be around 600. So, like, you're just not going to be able to do anything to get your test to like over 1,000. Some people can do some like dumb shit where if they eat a very high amount of calcium containing foods like dairy, that can drive up your sex hormone binding globulin. And then your body compensates by producing more total tests, but it doesn't do anything because your SHBG is so high. So just inject testosterone. Like, it's fucking stupid. There's no fucking point. It's just gay retarded shit. BG's advice is always a little unhinged. It's not. Like, you don't even realize, man. Until you just inject test, you don't know what you're missing out on.
I'm going to make it super simple for you. Draw a triangle, a square, and a circle. Nigga.
Alright. It's probably gonna make me fucking sign in again. Oh, weird. What do you know? It didn't make me sign in. There you go. If we add an X, that's all the PlayStation buttons. Thanks for the donation, Killian Titan. Just random vids donated $2. Let me see. Oh.
Transformations and restorations I've ever done on a toucan. Newt is an elderly rehab toucan with arthritis and severe mobility issues. She came to me with infections in her legs, arthritis, and a damaged beak last year. Starting from the most gentle.
That's a nice toucan. Wow. Wow. What a nice little toucan. Oh, poor baby. Wow, such a big beak. That's a nice little toucan. He's helping. I like toucans. Restricted video, can't watch that one.
Over 40, you may need testosterone replacement. What's up, everybody? It's your boy John Lewis, aka Badass Vegan, and I'm here to tell you that if you're over 40, you may need testosterone replacement. But it's a good chance you probably fucking don't. Too many times.
I mean, there's no reason not to do it. Again, no one is going to have testosterone over 1,000. Like, nobody. I have one friend who had his testosterone checked a few years ago. He actually tested at 1,200 and he's vegan. He's one of the most jacked people I've ever met. I actually thought he was on steroids when I met him, but he's not. He's a natural. But, like, unless you're an anomaly, one of these rare individuals, again, like, just take testosterone. There's no point. Just do it. Stop being a pussy and stop being afraid of needles.
I've heard that, oh, because I'm over 40, I need TRT, testosterone replacement therapy. And I've also heard people talk about the fact that because they don't feel like they're 21 anymore, they feel like they need testosterone replacement therapy. But there's
Why would you not want to feel younger? Just take testosterone.
a major factor why you don't feel like you're 21 anymore. It's because you're not fucking 21 anymore.
Yeah, so take steroids so you feel like you're 21.
And let's be honest, 99.100% of the people watching this video right now are most likely not even performing in an elite sport activity. So
Yeah, so who cares? There's still benefits to testosterone even if you're not a fucking athlete.
why do you think you need TRT? You can get the results you want. You just have to be patient. You can't take 20 years off, not do nothing, eat horribly, have horrible sleep, stressed out.
Yeah, you can take testosterone and eat well and exercise and sleep and all that.
And think that you're going to change your life in 2 weekends. It doesn't work like that. Now, if you get tested and they say that your testosterone levels are under 100, then by all
No. If your testosterone isn't near 1,000, you just go on testosterone.
means, talk to your doctor, see what you need to do. But many people aren't even displaying symptoms of needing testosterone. They just feel like, oh, this guy over here looks great. I can't do that on my own, which you actually can. Just might take you a little longer.
No. All the people on social media that you think look amazing look jacked. 9 times out of 10, they're taking something. There's a reason they look like that.
And you lost your patience. You have to be patient with this. You have to be.
Dude, like, again, this was me before being on steroids. Like, before any steroids. This was what I worked up to. So, now, post-steroids, I'm that much fucking better. Like, why wouldn't you just take steroids? Like, what is the fucking point? Just go on them.
Be patient. The same patience that comes with being an adult. Take your time. It'll come. I just had my testosterone check yesterday. Not even joking. And mine was mid-600s last year. We're waiting for the results of this year. They were mid-600s last year. And my
Yeah, you may as well go on testosterone. Like, buddy, you think doubling or tripling your testosterone isn't going to make you feel better?
doctor told me that a lot of people like to feel like they're in the thousands, which is crazy.
Yes, you should be in the thousands. You feel better.
Yes, you want to feel like you're in the thousands, but I also told him I'm training for a marathon. I do resistance.
Yeah, so guess what? You're going to have more endurance if you're on testosterone. It increases your red blood cell count. Why do you think Neil Armstrong was on steroids? It's because it increases your red blood cell count, and it massively increases your endurance.
Training. I run my own company, a couple of companies actually. I have 2 kids. Oh, and a dog. Sorry, Teddy. I don't want you to feel left out. And a dog. There's a lot of shit going on, and I travel like crazy. Of course I'm not going to feel like I'm 21, because I'm not 21.
Yeah, so why wouldn't you go on testosterone?
We also talked about the fact that
Yes, let me deteriorate, lose muscle, feel worse, not have as much energy, because I'm afraid of needles and I've been programmed by the fucking government to, like, say, oh, steroids are wrong, it's cheating, But if you wanted to go out and drink every night, no one's gonna fucking stop you, right? Society is designed to make you a fucking failure. Ask yourself, why the fuck do you need a doctor's permission to take testosterone, which makes you bigger, stronger, faster, but you can go to any fucking grocery store, any liquor store, any restaurant, and get enough alcohol to kill yourself? So, like, stop being a fucking simp.
money can actually lower your testosterone. And I said, you know what? I'm okay with that, because while it's lowering my testosterone, it's also lowering my body fat. And I'm not where I want to be yet, but damn it, it's the price to pay. I hope.
Then why don't you take testosterone? You can build muscle, lose body fat, have energy and endurance for running. Like, there's just no reason not to. There's no downside. Yeah. Well. Thanks for the donation, just random vids. I'll get to the other donos in a minute. I really have to take a shit bad. But I'll get to the donos in a second. I just have to poop. I really gotta poop. Ugh. Had to put the wife beater on him hot. I don't know, it's really weird. I don't know why it feels so hot down here today. Dodo, donate $2. Let me see. Oh. Oh. Oh my god. Dude, how the fuck can people think animals aren't sentient? Jesus Christ. That's a smart cat. Saudi Arabia and Pakistan just signed a mutual defense agreement. From now on, any attack on either country will be viewed as an attack on both. Really? I didn't know Saudi Arabia and Pakistan got along at all. Weird.
Fiction they go through.
If they've been in court 14 times, committed crimes 14 times, I'm sorry, they need to be in prison because this guy's an evil person. To be able to just go up behind someone and do that, a stranger, a complete stranger who had been working on this train and do that is not something that we can wrap our heads around because it's something that most people wouldn't ever do. But if you're evil enough to do this, you need to be behind bars. And it was up to these judges and the justice system to say, okay, you've been arrested 14 times. I think that's enough. We need to get you off the streets. And his mom was begging for it. And his stepbrother or half brother was agreeing with the mom, saying this guy needs to be behind bars.
We don't have to, we feel so compassionate because you see the mental health crisis happening.
Exactly.
But the mental institute, this one kills populations that were lethal injection or something, just kill them.
Yeah, Brian.
That is still a bizarre statement when you're talking about people who haven't committed murder.
I've made before, so I could definitely use the help. Hey Meta, start live AI.
Starting live AI. I love the setup you have here with soy sauce and other ingredients. How can I help?
Hey, can you help me make a Korean-inspired steak sauce for my steak sandwich here?
You can make a Korean-inspired steak sauce using soy sauce, sesame oil.
What do I do
brown
first?
sugar.
What do I do first?
You've already combined the base ingredients. So now grate a pear to add to the sauce.
What do I do first?
You've already combined the base ingredients, so now grate the pear and gently combine it with the base sauce.
All right, I think the Wi-Fi might be messed up. Sorry, back to you, Mark.
The irony of the whole thing is that you spend years making technology and then the Wi-Fi at the day.
Yeah, the Wi-Fi. That was definitely the Wi-Fi. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. STX $20. These carnivore flat earthers or something else. Ex-omnivores look bad because they became vegan and are malnourished. Tash appears she looks good because she was once eating meat. Can't make this shit up. Delusional. Yeah. Well, the guy even like tried to make the cope that, oh, is she even vegan? Like, just fucking retarded. Thanks for the donation, STX.
Tyson Hockley bailed on a debate with this pedo defender 30 minutes before the scheduled debate to go get a massage, lol.
He said that, like 30 minutes before the debate, Tyson Hockley says, oh, I have a massage scheduled. He has to go get a massage.
I wouldn't even bother debating Daniel Hakikajo. He's a complete waste of time. Like, I don't even think it really makes any political sense to even engage with these Muslims anymore. Everyone hates them, can't stand them. Everyone's fed up with immigration, and we all know they're fucking pedo. They're either pedophile defenders or like they're just straight up pro pedophilia, like Daniel Hikikajo. So thanks for the donation though, nigga. I don't blame Tyson for just bailing on that debate. The guy, that dude Daniel, is like especially frustrating to engage with too. He's just a fucking cocksucker. Thanks for the donation though, nigga.
Hypothetically, who'd you vote for NY mayorship, Zoran Mamdani or Charlie Kirk? If you had to join either protest, which would you? uta.b/_sknv9btc.
Well, I'd rather Charlie Kirk be New York mayor than Mamdani.
They're fascists. The nature of the pro.
Antifa shuts down Canada First rally. Like, I guess I'd rather be with Canada First than Antifa. Thanks for the donation, Kamari. Kid Budoni Tillers is this nigga natty. I'm not entirely sure. Like, if someone's a professional athlete, there's a very high likelihood they're not natural. He does some of the dumbest exercises I've ever seen in my life. I've seen some of his training. I don't know who the fuck his strength and conditioning coach is. But yeah, I don't know what the fuck you call this shit, but it's just stupid. Who knows? Like again, they're pro athletes, so they get banged up all the time. They're on the road all the time. They live with a lot of stress. Like, just for some of the like recovery and mental health benefits, like steroids are going to be worth it. So who knows? Like, he could be natural, but if somebody's a pro athlete, more likely than not, they're on something. At least some of the time.
I inject testosterone straight into my dick vein. It made it grow to 777 inches. Please watch.
Burgers for breakfast. Getting the nutrients in animal foods, especially meat and organs, first thing in the morning, it turns your brain on. The proteins, the amino acids in those proteins, the micronutrients, vitamin K2, choline.
Burgers do not have much vitamin K2 or choline. I think that they literally have 0 K2.
Iron, B12, all of these nutrients in animal meat and organs, first thing in the morning, that is the best way to start your day for breakfast. And if you want to...
You know how I start my day? I inject test right into my fucking shoulders. And guess what? I'm not a skinny, pencil neck, weak little prick like you. So yeah, while this weak beta male is talking about, I eat burgers in the morning, that's how I start my day, because I get all the nutrients my brain needs. Yeah, guess what I do? Fucking testosterone, you fucking beta male. Yeah, right. Paul looks like that, I look like this, so fuck you. My morning routine's better than yours, pussy.
Want to make it even better? Add a little bit of raw liver. Burgers, liver, that's how to start your day.
Fucking loser.
You need more vitamin D in your life. 42% of Americans are deficient in vitamin D. How can you increase vitamin D naturally? Number one, this is going to blow your mind, I know. Sunlight.
Or you could take a vitamin D supplement so you don't damage your skin with UV radiation.
Sunlight increases vitamin D for most of us in most of the world. In certain parts of the world, you're too high, you're too far from the equator, and you're not going to get vitamin D. But for most of us, when we're outside, this is the way to get most of our vitamin D. Full spectrum light outside, ultraviolet, but also infrared. And the infrared probably helps any of the potential negative effects of the ultraviolet.
No. That is not how that works, you fucking idiot.
Full spectrum sunlight is like a whole food. Indoor light is like processed food. Number two, fatty fish. Lots of vitamin D in fatty fish, but watch out for heavy metals. Number three, egg yolks. Number four, raw milk has vitamin D. And number five, liver has vitamin D. So eating those foods, which are all good for you, just watch the heavy metals in the fish, and being outside in the sun, that's how you increase your vitamin D naturally. Vitamin D is associated with all sorts of beneficial effects in humans: higher testosterone, fertility, libido.
Yeah, guess what increases your testosterone? Injecting testosterone. I haven't gotten my lab work back yet. I took blood a couple days ago. But I can guarantee you, after injecting test every day for the last month and a half, my testosterone is going to be higher than his. I should get it back by tomorrow. But yeah, this is just all fucking stupid.
So, bone health, muscle recovery.
Like, look at his shoulders compared to mine. Like, are you fucking kidding me? It's like he's so small and weak, and we've seen his workouts. He works out like a fucking pussy. He avoids even lifting weights. He just does like push-ups and shit because he's afraid of lifting heavy and I might hurt myself. Because yeah, your fucking carnivore diet is making your bones and joints and shit so fucking brittle. And then he's yapping about, I go out in the sun and burn my skin so I get enough vitamin D so I can make testosterone. Yeah, how much is that really doing for you, huh, buddy? So, here's me, vegan diet, and steroids, and there's you, weak, small, and frail. So, yeah, I wonder what strategy works best. Burning your skin in near the equator so that you can get vitamin D, or not being a retard, maximizing your testosterone levels by injecting testosterone, and eating a sensible fucking diet.
Libido, bone health, muscle recovery, mental performance, sleep. Get your vitamin D, guys. Preferably get it naturally, and those are ways to do it.
What a dork. Thanks for the donation, Paul Tofano. Grey Knight donated $2, just saying steroids didn't work for Ashton Hall when he lost a race 4 times to show speed. Well, who fucking cares? For one thing, Ashton Hall is way too big to be fast. So what the fuck does that matter? Also, didn't you debate that guy before about social justice or something? I don't know who you're talking about. I've never talked to Ashton Hall or iShow Speed. Thanks for the donation though, Grey Knight. Soul Child donated $2. America is all that stands between Israel and a pariah status that would have dire implications for its diplomatic, legal, military security. Israeli should worry about the shift in American opinion. They need to compromise on their goals to appease. No.
Why are you a light-skinned nigger who doesn't wax his chest hair? You're doing a disgrace to the light-skinned mulatta community by not keeping yourself clean and fresh. How about stop being so dusty and wax your hair, get some designer clothes, bitch-ass nig.
Not sure if you're aware of this, but men have body hair, so if you want to trim all the hair off your body like some gay retard, go ahead, but yeah, men have body hair. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
My sprinkler goes like TS 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 and comes back like CHT 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 TCHT CHT 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 CHT.
Okay, that's good. Thanks for the donation, Ben Boy. Saudi Arabia will have the most powerful military in the Middle East in years to come due to them having unlimited amount of oil. No. Arab militaries are highly ineffective and incompetent. The only reason they'd ever have a particularly powerful military is just because they're the wealthiest. And they don't have an unlimited amount of oil. I think it's expected to run out in about 50 years. But, they're going to be one of the few Arab countries that has any money. That's the only reason they'd have a more powerful military. And on top of that, the US and Israel is weakening every other Arab country, so not really anything to do with their oil. Now, I was talking about Badass Vegan. You debated him in the past. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I did. 21st Only Tillers, is this video from Michelle and Dawa creepy? I'm not watching it. He's dating a child. Is that creepy? Read the comments. They're funny. I'm not going to bother watching that. Thanks for the donation, dude.
The most cucked shit law ever. I'm never going to California, let alone move there.
California's finally done it. They found a way to make the most reliable, most popular handgun in the state, the Glock, illegal. And the excuse? Because criminals are breaking the law.
Breaking the law?
You can't make this shit up. Only in California could a government look at criminals converting guns illegally, then decide the solution is to punish.
Oh, because of the switches? Right. Yeah, that makes sense. You can convert just about any handgun to shooting full auto. It may be a little easier with a Glock because you can just either 3D print the part or order some of the parts from China, and it's literally like a drop-in piece. But yeah, in theory, you can literally convert just about any pistol to shooting full auto. It's fucking stupid. California is so fucking retarded, dude. I don't even know what they think that does. Okay, so they have a less effective pistol that's harder to control. All right. Like, dude, this whole discussion about automatic fire is completely irrelevant at this point because not only are there echo triggers, but there's also the super safety mechanism, which basically gives you the same effect as full auto fire. So you can shoot just as fast as in full auto. So what fucking difference does it make? It's just stupid. I'll watch the rest of this. Injecting testosterone can cause acne. Literally anything can cause acne, fucking idiot. Overeating can cause acne. Not showering can cause acne. Eating fruit juice can cause acne. There's a lot of things that can trigger fucking acne. Heart problems and other issues in some people. Yeah, well, that's great. Then that is just such a stupid fucking thing to say. That's like saying you shouldn't eat food because food can cause heart problems in some people. Yeah, if you eat like a fucking idiot, you'll have heart problems. Does that mean food causes heart problems? So yeah, if you inject an entire vial of testosterone every day, yeah, you're probably going to get acne. You're probably going to have heart problems. If you know how to take the drug properly, why would you expect it to cause any issue? You're just lucky that you haven't had any side effects. No, I'm not lucky. I just know how to take the fucking drug appropriately, you fucking idiot. Just like how I know how to eat properly. Oh, better watch out. You know food makes you fat? You're just lucky that you haven't gotten fat from eating food. Like that's literally what you're saying. You're a fucking idiot. Large number of people will have side effects. Yeah, and a large amount of people are also fat. Does that mean food makes you fat, you fucking moron? Blackberry donated $2. How are people so retarded?
Reason why all of this is happening right now during this exact moment, including all of these that have also been happening, and this is happening for an astrological reason. So Charlie got murdered and all of these protests.
Yeah, I don't fucking care. It's just online grifting. Thanks for the donation, Blackberry.
Are you ever going to play Toads again? I miss it, to be honest, you faggot. Also react please.
Yeah,
She suddenly collapsed during a first date, falling unconscious to the floor. Now, her date panicked, thinking she had just died in his house. But instead of calling for help, he decided to bury her in his backyard. Days passed.
Not everyone had unlimited time and money. Most people can't spend hundreds of dollars buying roids online and don't want to be dependent on a drug. You realize testosterone is about $50 a month, right? If not cheaper, depending on what dose you're running. So if I was only taking 20 milligrams of testosterone a day, that would last me about 3 months. So that's about $100 every 3 months. You're telling me that is just an insurmountable expense for most people? So everyone can afford to eat enough food to become fat and overweight. They can afford the medical bills associated with that kind of lifestyle, where they're going to end up having heart disease, diabetes. They can afford going on medications to treat those fucking symptoms. They're fine with going out to a bar all the time, drinking. They can afford alcohol. They can afford cigarettes. But $50 a month on testosterone, that is an insurmountable cost for most people. You're a fucking idiot, and you don't even know how much these drugs cost. So thank you for the stupid, dumb fuck retard comment, you fucking moron. Testosterone as a medication has literally existed for about 100 years. It is one of the cheapest drugs in existence. You idiot.
And her family filed her as missing, and police eventually searched his home and found the fresh grave. Her autopsy revealed that she had a diabetic episode, which sent her into a coma when she collapsed, but she wasn't dead at that point. They learned she actually died from suffocation in the grave. The man immediately confessed, but he was only charged with manslaughter.
That is outrageously stupid.
Well, folks, we'll get to the gigantic.
Okay, we'll watch that next. Thanks for the donation, Tool.
Recent clip of me doing a standing long. Just a smidge better than that Navy SEAL guy in the Mike Israetel video.
Yeah, just a smidge. And what's funny is you weigh about the same as him. I think Mike was like 220 or 230 in that video. So you weigh about the same as Mike, but your long jump is like, what, 3 times his? Yeah, Mike's not in great shape. Thanks for the donation though, Matthew. Dodo Donate Chillers, if you could have been born and grown up rich in any part of the world, where would you pick? Well, the United States. I think the United States is probably the best country to live in if you're rich. Especially now. Because Trump's lowering taxes for the wealthiest people. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
You've been taking test for over a month? What made you decide to do that? You looked phenomenal prior. Is this TRT or doing it yourself? Sorry, haven't been on in a minute.
I'm not on TRT, I'm taking steroids for performance enhancement, and the reason I decided to do it is because I want to be better. So, yeah, I looked fine and everything, but if I can be bigger, stronger, faster, have more energy, have a better mood, great, like better focus, heal faster, be more resilient to injury. Like, why wouldn't I do it? There's just no point not to be on testosterone. Thanks for the donation, though, Dread Maximus. Son Goku donated $2. Let me see. Do I know a source for Retatrutide in Australia? No, I have no clue. I know Australia is gay and retarded, but I don't know what the... I don't know where to source steroids in Australia or peptides. I don't know what the legal status of peptides is there.
That's funny. You haven't changed at all. What were you doing in there? Taking a nap?
Yeah. Yeah, literally. Thanks for the donation, Son Goku.
Reagan is defund hate speech, and when I mean hate speech I mean real hate speech, like speech that enables violence.
There's obviously been a lot of hateful words being said lately in this country. And though some are vile, speech that we hate still is protected in our Bill of Rights. So when Attorney General Pam Bondi recently spoke to the idea of hate speech following Charlie's death, it went viral very quickly. Now nearly at 30 million views. Just watch this clip and you will quickly see.
The issue with what Pam Bondi said is fundamentally they don't care about hate speech or any kind of speech that is inflammatory and would trigger violence. They only care if people with opposing political views say it. That's what the real issue is. So, yeah, but... I know some people are criticizing her for it, including some people on the right, but that's the fundamental problem with what Pam Bondi's saying. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
What do you think is more cucked, blaming white men for mass shootings or guns?
Blaming guns. Definitely more cucked. Thanks for the donation, Ben Boy.
It has been a year since the illegal pager attack on Hezbollah by the genocidal Israeli mobsters. Hezbollah has since recovered and is now stronger than ever.
Oh my god. Fucking losers. Thanks for the donation, Steve Shives. Dodo donated $2. Can you investigate this since Elon Musk is promoting this and it has 15 million views now, so everyone believes it? Can you confirm if it's true or not? This is what violence rates look like depending on political party. What? Where is the source for this? What's the source? That's cute. Yeah, left-wing murders, right-wing murders. Like, oh my god. Where the fuck did... There's no source for this. Tim Pool just posted this and didn't even fucking say what the source is? Did he literally just ask ChatGPT to make this up? Elon, your own AI tells the facts based on data from CSIS, ADL, START, and academic studies. Right-wing ideologies account for about 70 to 80% of fatal political violence incidents and fatalities. Yeah, like... Did bad things chart. Yeah. Oh my god, these people... Like, Tim Pool. Oh my god, he has no shame. I love how he's getting ratioed in his own fucking comments. Oh, Timmy learned how to generate graphs in Excel. Maybe stick to the facts. Yeah, really. Oh my god. Like literally doesn't even provide the source, and he calls himself a journalist. So he made it up. He just literally made up the chart. What a dipshit. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo donated $2. Let me see.
Reason of this war is that this is the terror organization Hamas that's still holding our hostages. So the replace the UN you suggest is sound very smart between countries. What we need to do about the terror organization?
My answer is very clear. Yeah, your military people should shoot the terrorists. Not the children, not the women. When you shoot the children and the women, and you lack legitimacy to carry it out. And
you should have done what you do in Call of Duty. You shoot the bad guy in Call of Duty, but if you shoot a good guy and not enemy, the mission failure. Your mission failure because you didn't play the Call of Duty. We in China, we play the Call of Duty video game, and we know to shoot only the bad guy. Like, what a fucking retard. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
When was the last time you went to the US? What have been your favorite places in the States to visit?
It's been a long-ass fucking time. The last time I went was... had to have been when I was like maybe 12 or 13 or something. Maybe 14. I went to Universal Studios in Orlando. But I'd like to go again. That'd be fun. But I've been to Buffalo, New York, like just across the border from Niagara Falls. Been to Rochester once, Detroit once. That was for hockey. But yeah, for like a vacation, I've been to Florida. Florida's nice, you know, if you don't live there. Thanks for the donation though, Blackberry.
It was kinda funny before, but Jesus, Candace needs serious medical intervention. And more proof Trump doesn't give a fuck about Charlie Kirk.
They're coming in, they're squeezing, and they're trying to pretend that Charlie and I didn't speak for years. It could not be further from the truth. Okay? Charlie and I never for a single second stopped being friends. Ever. Never happened. They can't produce one shred of evidence to that effect. Nope. Just donors. And the donors at Turning Point need to be investigated. Because what I'm hearing, like I said, from Turning Point sources is not good. And guess what? If it's gotta be me.
So she's claiming Israel assassinated Charlie Kirk, who was an Israel supporter.
You need to hate me forever. That's totally fine. On top of that, talk about a federal operation out of nowhere. Brigitte Macron just lies. I don't even know how they got this in the press. This is so dumb. Brigitte Macron comes out and says they have offered scientific evidence to the U.S. court to prove that Brigitte is a woman. That's what her lawyer says. Well, the lawyer's a liar because we haven't even started this case yet. So how could you have offered scientific proof to a court to prove you're a woman, especially because...
At this point, it won't surprise me if Candace tries to link the Charlie Kirk assassination with Brigitte Macron and Frankist.
Dude, no joke. It's like, when is she going to say Emmanuel Macron killed him? You know?
Wow.
You're not suing me over the claim that I said you were born a man. You were born
Here
a
it
man.
comes.
Oh, I guess you're born a boy, a male, is what I should say. You're born a male, and you've never sued anybody for making that statement. You sue for things around it. You're suing me because you're saying, well, you said I stole the identity from anybody for the claim that you were born male. So I don't know what this is. Just like we're just going to all hound Candace to try to distract her from looking into Charlie Kirk's murder and assassination. But it's focusing me more because this is not normal. Like the amount of lying that's happening right now is because you don't think I'm strong enough to handle it and you're trying to break me. You're not going to break me.
Wow. Yeah, Nick knows she's a fucking crazy retard. When Nick is calling you out for being a crazy retard, that's when you know it's bad.
Charlie said, that there was no such thing as hate speech. He obviously, no one anticipated what happened to Charlie, but you have always been...
He might not be saying that now. Yeah, he's dead. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Will Tennyson is hot and super entertaining, too bad he's not vegan. Got any favorite fitness YouTubers who aren't advice-based?
Will Tennyson is not a good-looking man. He kind of looks like the Grinch. And he is not entertaining. He is an annoying jackass who makes Mr. Beast garbage brain rot content. Fitness YouTubers who aren't advice-based? The fuck are you talking about? Thanks for the donation, V-Gain.
Tim Pool should Houndsley be fired from Jerusalem forever?
Yes. Unfortunately, he's an independent journalist. But yeah, he should not be doing what he does. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Media news that Jimmy...
Oh, this is an hour. Fuck.
The law-abiding people who aren't doing the shit illegally.
It's your fault.
So here's what's happening. California already has what they call a handgun safety roster. And if you don't know what that is, it's basically a blacklist disguised as a whitelist. Gun companies have to jump through absurd, arbitrary hoops just to have their pistols sold in the state. Things like loaded chamber indicators, magazine disconnects, and until recently, microstamping. Most companies look at the cost of redesigning guns to fit California's fantasy standards and say, nope, nope, nope. Yeah, no thank you. That's why they're wrong.
So is the FDA wrong for saying testosterone should be administered by a health professional? So again, if you can go to a liquor store and buy enough alcohol to kill yourself, why would you need a doctor to tell you how to take testosterone? If you're an adult and you can just go to literally a grocery store and buy something that is a cancer-causing carcinogen, and you can easily take a lethal dose of it, you can just chug a bottle of fucking vodka, kill yourself, and you don't need any doctor note or supervision to drink alcohol. Why the hell would it be absolutely necessary for you to talk to a doctor about how to administer testosterone? So alcohol that you can take a lethal dose of, that's fine. You can just buy that over the counter as long as you're like at least, 18 or 21 or whatever, depending on the state. Something that you can kill yourself taking, you don't need a doctor. But testosterone, oh, that's dangerous. Better get doctor advice for that. You can also kill yourself with over-the-counter fucking pain meds. You can just guzzle down a whole fucking bottle of Tylenol. That'll eat away your stomach lining and you're dead. But, oh, you better talk to a doctor before you take testosterone. You're an idiot. And again, what the fuck do doctors know about anything? They are fucking incompetent morons who don't know shit. Dude, I can tell you an innumerable amount of stories of doctors who absolutely fucked people up or just gave some of the most horrendous advice imaginable when it came to administering testosterone. A personal friend of mine, he found out his testosterone was super fucking low. I think it was like 120 or something. He goes to a doctor. The doctor was only going to give him one single injection of 100 milligrams of testosterone per month. You're supposed to be taking at least that per week. And the doctor said, just come in once every month and get that testosterone injection. So he would have his levels elevate a little bit, and then they'd fucking crash to zero, and he'd be worse off. He'd have more hypogonadal symptoms because of that dumbass fucking doctor who thought, oh, you only need 100 milligrams a month. I've also seen stories on steroid forums where people went to their doctor to get testosterone administration. The doctor gave him 150 milligrams of testosterone per week. He ended up getting estrogen side effects from it. So he was converting too much of the testosterone to estrogen, and he was starting to develop gynecomastia. Guess what the doctor did? He put him on 1 milligram of Arimidex per day. Arimidex absolutely destroys your estrogen. It crushes it to 0. So this guy was walking around with literally 0 undetectable levels of estrogen. He ended up getting fucking psychological problems, extreme anxiety, brain fog, couldn't fucking stay awake. His joints were aching, and he ended up having a fucking tendon rupture because his estrogen was so low. And the doctor didn't understand how fucking strong of a aromatase inhibitor Arimidex was. So yeah, go to a doctor and take the risk of them giving you the dumbest, most insane, stupid fucking advice imaginable. Again, if you want to get good information and good advice on how to take any drug, don't listen to a doctor. Do your own fucking research, because doctors are either fucking morons who know nothing about what the fuck they're talking about, and they will fucking ruin your life, or they do know what these drugs do, but because they're such arrogant fuckwits, they won't tell you what the risks and side effects of a medication are, and they'll tell you to take it anyway with not advising you on the fucking risks, because they think they know. They think they have agency over your own body, and you need to do what they tell you to do. So don't listen to a doctor, do your own fucking research, and make sure you know what you're putting in your fucking body. That is just outrageously fucking stupid that you would ever say, oh, well, you should only take a drug if a doctor tells you. Yeah, go to a doctor, have them fuck up your health, ruin your fucking life, give you the dumbest fucking advice and information. That's what doctors do. And yeah, medical malpractice is extremely common. I think it's a little bit misleading, it being the 3rd leading cause of death, but medical malpractice causes many, many deaths. People get fucked up, seriously injured all the fucking time because they listen to their doctor. Guess what? Even if you graduate at the bottom of your class, you're still a doctor. So as long as you're able to just squeeze by and get like 65% on a test, you're still a doctor. So, believe it or not, there's a lot of stupid, dumbass, retard, dumb fuck doctors out there who have no fucking idea what they're doing and no idea what the fuck they're talking about. I was on TRT and my doc wouldn't let my test go above 700 and was only able to get 1 injection per month. Made me feel like shit. Yeah. Go to a doctor, have them fucking give you, like, the wrong drug at the improper dose, at the improper, like, dosing schedule, and have them make you feel like shit. Don't do the sensible thing, learn how these medications work, what the risks and side effects are, how to mitigate those side effects, how to take the drug properly at the proper doses at the proper dosing schedule, and get the drugs from a reputable, trustworthy source, and do it yourself. Go to the doctor and listen to the stupid, dumb fuck advice they give you and have them ruin your health. That's what you're supposed to do. It says it right in the law. The law tells you, have the doctor ruin your fucking life. That's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to be an obedient, dumb fuck sheep who doesn't think for themselves and listen to a fucking idiot just because they have a fucking medical degree where they were only able to just barely pass with a 65%. Unicorn Jizz donated $3. Let me see. The Fist was so fucking amazing. I gotta watch that movie again. I fucking love that movie. Thanks for the donation, Unicorn Jizz. Oh, hello.
Vegan Gains, born in 1991, the year of goat. Now it makes sense why you're the greatest of all time. Coincidence? I think not.
Also, this is a cat. You see this? This is a cat. This is a really good cat. He may even be the best cat. I love this cat. This cat is my friend. This is my friend Gum Gum. He is my kitty friend. And he is very big and strong and handsome and fuzzy. Mwah. I love my fuzzy baby.
Well, thanks for the donation, Pooh. Appreciate it. Oh my god.
Such a good cat.
Jimmy Kimmel's show is basically cooked. We'll get to why that happened, what the government's involvement was, or...
Oh, wait.
Roster is pretty small. But one brand that survived all of this nonsense was Glock. For years, Californians who wanted a reliable pistol for home defense, concealed carry, or just exercising their damn rights, bought Glocks because that's what was left on the shelf. Well, not so much anymore, at least if Governor Newsom signs this bill. You see, according to the bill, which is now sitting on Governor Newsom's desk, handguns that can be...
Yeah, Newsom, the pro-gun advocate all of a sudden. Let's see what he does. I wonder what Gavin Newsom's gonna do. The pro-gun advocate, right? Yeah, I wonder where this is gonna fucking go.
Readily converted to fire automatically by the installation of illegal machine gun conversion devices, sometimes referred to as Glock switches, are deemed unsafe handguns and shall not be added to the roster. Translation, they're banning Glocks without saying the word Glock. So let me get this straight. Because some kids on Instagram figured out how to illegally slap a switch on a Glock, California wants to ban Glock itself. That's like banning Honda Civics because street racers figured out how to turbocharge them. What do you mean? Or banning iPhones because hackers jailbreak them. And here's the kicker. Those switches are already illegal under federal law. 10 years in prison, $250,000 fine, illegal.
Yeah, like, let's make an illegal thing more illegal. Ugh. Like, yeah. Why don't they just skip it? Like, let's make crime illegal. There, we solved it. All done now.
But you don't fix that problem by banning the gun. You fix the problem by enforcing the laws already on the books. But enforcing laws doesn't get you headlines. Banning the most popular handgun in America, though? Now that gets you on CNN. Now the experts out there are saying that even if Glock redesigned their pistols tomorrow, it would be nothing more than, quote, a temporary impediment. You know why? Because there's always another workaround. It's cat and mouse. Just like hacking a phone or tuning a car. Criminals will keep breaking the law. That's what they do. But instead of targeting criminals, California targets you. And don't get it twisted. This isn't about safety. Clearly it's about control, as it always is. The roster was already a constitutional dumpster fire to begin with. Now they're adding a clause that lets them knock off any gun they don't like by just claiming it can be readily converted. Well, guess what? With the right tools, any gun can be modified. That's why we have laws against doing it. But apparently, that logic is too complicated for them. And here's the part the media never tells you. You see, this roster is already under fire in the courts. In Bolin v. Bonta, the California Rifle and Pistol Association and NRA challenged the so-called Unsafe Handgun Act. A district court already granted a preliminary injunction against parts of the roster, specifically the microstamping requirement, because even the judges could see it was ridiculous. But the Ninth Circuit swooped in and kept the rest of it alive. So this thing is literally limping along on legal life support. And instead of backing off, California's doubling down by trying to add Glock bans on top of it. So here's where we're at. California went from restricting most handguns to leaving you with mostly Glocks to now saying you can't even have those. Meanwhile, criminals are running around with whatever they want, including full autos, and laughing at the state's idiotic roster. Clearly, this isn't about safety. This isn't common sense. This is a blatant backdoor gun ban. And if you think it stops at California, you're not paying close enough attention. And this right here is why I created the Defend America collection that you see on my hat right here. That's on my shop at shop.mrcoleonorg.com, where there's a link in the description section. Because if you don't fight to defend your right, you will lose them. One excuse, one restriction, one roster at a time. First, California said, oh, you can have these guns as long as
My dad takes Delasteril once every 3 weeks at his doctor's clinic. What the fuck is Delasteril? Oh, it's a brand name for testosterone and enthate. Yeah. Okay, so that's just a brand name for a testosterone and enthate.
Just to add on to what you were saying about TRT with the sped in the chat. Doctors are not only stupid when it comes to this shit, but they will almost certainly fuck you up. One doc wanted me to put gel patches on my balls daily as well, which did fuck all.
That is psychotic. Literally psychotic. So yeah. I don't know why, like, dude, think of any other profession. Like, okay, you're not a fucking car expert. You know for a fact there are bad mechanics. Most mechanics, in fact, are bad. Like you know for a fact if you have to shop around for a mechanic to make sure that you're actually gonna get your car done at a good place. Same goes for any profession. If you want a good plumber, you have to check reviews and make sure, oh, this is a good plumber. Why the fuck do you think going to any doctor's office you're going to get good advice? Most people suck at their fucking jobs. Most mechanics suck. Most plumbers suck. Most electricians suck. Most everyone sucks. So the likelihood of you getting good information from your doctor is pretty fucking low. So, like, it's just fucking stupid how people put trust in doctors. Most of them are fucking irresponsible idiots. So, yeah. Thanks for the donation, though, Unicorn Jizz. Yeah, so your dad's getting testosterone injections every 3 weeks. Whoever your dad's doctor is, he's a fucking idiot. You cannot inject testosterone every 3 weeks and be fine. You have to inject at least once a week, ideally every day, but at least you need weekly injections. Testosterone and enthate is not a long enough acting ester. If he was getting testosterone undecanoate, that might work because that's an extremely, extremely long-acting ester. But yeah, if he's just taking testosterone and enthate injections, that's not nearly frequently enough. He would need to be on undecanoate.
They meet our safety standards. Then they move the goalposts. Now they're banning the most popular handgun on that roster. That's how it always works. They never solve the real issue. They just chip away at your rights until they're gone. So if you want to show where you stand, if you want to remind people that America is worth defending, go check out the Defend America collection. We have them in hats,
And so The Rock, after listening to this, says this is 100% not true. I mean, to say 100% not true is to act as if nothing he said is true in that statement. And so what exactly is The Rock commenting on? That he was never on steroids? That he didn't abuse performance?
What's your thoughts on peptides? Well, some peptides are really good. Growth hormone is a peptide, and I'm on that. Growth hormone's fantastic. If you can afford growth hormone, I'd highly recommend taking it. At replacement doses, I would say you have to make sure that you're either getting pharmaceutical grade growth hormone or you have a UGL source that provides pharmaceutical grade. Some, especially now, especially in the States, some of the underground growth hormone, it's not good quality. They're adding something to it that seems to be causing kidney damage. So I'd be a little worried about underground growth hormone that you're sourcing from the States. You can get pharmaceutical growth hormone through sources. It's usually imported either from Iran or Turkey. It's more expensive, but if you're just taking replacement doses, it's not that much. So I'd highly recommend growth hormone if you're in your 30s. TRT clinics do not offer growth hormone. That is extraordinarily rare if they offer growth hormone. Extraordinarily, exceptionally rare. I know some places do, but they charge way too much for it. What's it called? So yeah, if you're gonna take growth hormone, I would make sure you'd keep good track of your cystatin C. That's the best marker for kidney health. So get that tested regularly if you're gonna go the underground route, especially if you're in the United States. And if it's pharmaceutical growth hormone, I don't think you really have to worry. I would just, manage your blood pressure. And keep track of your HbA1c. If you're on replacement doses, it's not really anything to be concerned with. TB500 is a really good peptide for healing, and for injury recovery. I'd recommend that. I've taken that before, and it worked like magic on fixing my shoulder. BPC 157 is also extremely good. I've injected that into my knees, and that actually helped a lot. There's certain areas where it doesn't seem to help as much, but around the knees, that seems to do a lot for me. There's a few others. I wouldn't bother taking any growth hormone secretagogues. They're just not worth it. Like GLP-1 agonists, those are great. I'd say retatrutide's the best one. I've been on that. So yeah, there's a few peptides that are definitely worth taking.
Any gun can be modified to be basically full auto with an FRT. This is my fully legal AR-15 that I installed one tiny piece of metal on, and now it goes through 40 rounds in about 3 seconds.
The link you gave me doesn't go to anything. It's just a random Imgur gallery. But yeah, like, it's silly. AR-15s are particularly easy to modify. There's the coat hanger trick. I know there's people who make slightly more sophisticated modifications to their AR-15, but it's basically a drop-in device. The coat hanger thing has become completely obsolete because you can either get a super safety, which is AR-15 compatible, or you can get an echo trigger. The super safety works better in my opinion. It takes a little bit more practice, but yeah, the super safety works better, and it's perfectly reliable too. The coat hanger trick, that can cause malfunctions. But yeah, it's stupid. The whole ban on machine guns has become completely irrelevant and nonsensical with echo triggers and the super safety. Thanks for the donation though, Jason.
Dark Sovino is defending Code Pink.
Trump has reaffirmed that he wants to prosecute Code Pink peace activists on RICO charges like they're fucking mafia because they demonstrated against an act of genocide. They're getting funding from Iran and China. They're Chinese and Iranian agents, so they should be in jail. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. Dark Synovia is just a fucking moron.
Enhancing drugs, or that he hasn't come off the steroids, that he's continuing to abuse them. What exactly is The Rock saying? And why would he bother commenting? Why? And why that particular video? Does The Rock have perhaps people working for him and they decided to make this comment? Because if you're going to comment on that, why not comment on everyone else? Or why not just put out a statement? You know what? None of this is true. I'm going to address the rumors. I'm 100% natural. I haven't taken anything. I haven't downsized. Y'all are just coping.
I am going to try something. I got a fan. I got a fan for this camera, and it seems to be working extremely well.
approves of Charlie Kirk.
Let me see.
The push for veganism is a push for the androgenization of the American man. We need to get
Androgenization means to make more masculine. He doesn't even know what androgynous means. Andro means what makes male. Andro means like male in Greek. So yeah, veganism makes you more manly. Yeah, there you go. And I'm andro as fuck right now.
Testosterone rates up, not down, and you do that by eating meat.
Eating meat does not increase testosterone. Vegan men actually have higher testosterone on average.
And not...
All right, very good. I love it.
Yeah, if Charlie Kirk was vegan, maybe he would have survived the gunshot wound. He wouldn't have even needed body armor if he had pecs like mine. Bullet would just bounce right off.
Soybeans. No, but you can get all of your protein, you can get nutrients all from a plant-based diet. Okay.
Yeah, we can see that, man.
Again, here I am.
Totally.
Again, look it up. And let me just say one final thing. Do you consider yourself a liberal?
He's probably wearing an S-size shirt, but even that doesn't fit him. It looks too big.
Yeah, I wear large and extra large generally.
I can. Well, it depends on the issue, but like say abortion, like I'd say I'm moderate. Okay, so you believe in human choice. Yeah. Well, generally, like I don't believe in my body, my choice. Generally speaking, but it depends. Okay. Can I have each individual? Can I have the right to eat a steak? We have the right to eat a steak? No, because that involves the suffering of an animal, of an innocent life. And the American left wonders why they're losing young men. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate it very much. Thank you. No, but okay. Thank you. That was really something, guys, wasn't it?
Like, Charlie Kirk is not the most masculine man. He's just not. Like, he doesn't lift weights. He's not strong physically. Like, even his facial features, like, he has kind of a weak chin. Doesn't have, like, a big, strong jawline or anything. Like, he's just not a particularly masculine man, and then he's saying this.
Keep steak legal will be my new t-shirt.
Keeping steak legal may actually be problematic in the end. It's not illegal yet, but they are reducing the meat in our diets. That's happening right now. The way the vegan was talking is as if he would love to live in a sort of dictatorship where he's told what he can do, what he can eat. Why else would you say that it would be fine to prohibit humans to eat meat?
Yeah, Sverige claims he's against any laws, so even when you ask him, should it be illegal to kill and eat humans, he'll say, no, you should be able to kill and eat humans. So when he says this, like, you should realize, like, he's actually an idiot. Thanks for the donation, though, faggot. Dodo donates $2, good comeback by Destiny.
Not half as many as you, sir.
Fucking idiot. Charlie Kirk is officially 7 days fentanyl free. Israel is now being cooked by China as well with facts.
Should shoot the terrorists. The terrorists? Not the children, not the women.
Yeah, I think you sent me that clip already. Like, by the way, China's literally committing a genocide against the Uyghurs, so...
Long COVID can cause altered smell
there it is,
or parasomnia, where things smell distorted, foul, or different than they used to, even if the initial COVID-19 symptoms have passed. So did you get this after you got, like, when did this start happening? Did you get COVID?
Yes,
You
I got COVID
vaccinated.
like 6 times. But
of course you did.
I just had
you
it
got
recently,
vaccinated.
yeah.
The people who didn't get vaccinated got it once or twice.
Really?
Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah, they fucked you. They fucked everybody. They fucked everybody with that goddamn stupid thing.
I got it hard. See, I'll talk to you about this, and then tomorrow, my liberal mom will be like, the vaccine is good. And I'll be like, yes, mommy, I agree.
It's a long conversation. It would take a long time to explain what was wrong. But it all boils down to the same thing that it always does, which is money. They distorted the facts. They distorted the research. They distorted the efficacy.
Yeah, people who got the vaccine were 4 times less likely to die, so... Yeah, you say that. Counting or not counting gang violence? I think not counting. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Why are people dumb enough to defund Code Pink anyway?
Well, I mean, just look at Dark Sinovia. He's not even smart enough to know how to eat properly, so... Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Zionist Giuliani shot Charlie Kirk. The other guy was just a patsy. More details will be released with time.
Alright, well, looking forward to that. Thanks for the donation, Street Vegan. Appreciate it. I'm playing Dying Light the Beast, and it's pretty good. Yeah, I'll wait for some of the reviews to come out. We'll probably play that in October. There's a couple horror games that are coming out or have come out. There's Dying Light the Beast. What's the other one? It's kind of like Dead Space. Yeah, there's some third-person shooter that came out recently that has been getting good reviews. And I think there's a new Dark Pictures game that's coming out, so we'll probably play that in October. So I got this fan for my camera, and it seems to be working really well, where it's not overheating. This has been running for almost 3 hours now without overheating. I'm going to try hooking this camera up for the live stream, and if it doesn't overheat, I'll start using this for the live stream, the workout live streams. I might even use it just for the normal live streams if the fan works well enough. Just give me a second. Bear with me for a moment. I just have to fuck around with this shit. It'll only take a minute. Fuck. Fuck. Oh. All right, that is working. I might want that a bit lower. I think that is more light sensitive too. All right, that works. It is a much wider field of view. Yeah, this is a full frame camera. We'll see if that overheat. It probably won't. I can turn the fan up on the cooler. We'll see. Thanks for the memberships.
Hardest crash out at Destiny's event today. This whole thing was pretty wild. Timestamp should be in link if not 5737.
Alright, thanks for the donation, retard. We'll give that a watch.
React to this.
Let me see.
I am a Rizless, unfuckable chud. Okay? And that's how it is. That's how I was born. I'm an incel. And some people say, you're rich, you're famous, you're not bad looking. Why can't you riz up the baddies? Why can't you riz up Livy Dunn? It's because I am a chud. I am a rizless chud. That is why.
Well, at least he admits it. Thanks for the donation, Al. Yeah, thanks for the memberships, JP. Appreciate that. Camera is 2 HD. I think it's just HD enough. I might try to see if I can bring it a little closer in, because the field of view is pretty wide. I think that's 16 mil. Yeah, it's 16 mil prime. I do have the 16 to 35 lens, but there's something wrong with the focus motor, and especially when I put it on that camera, it can kind of start buzzing and be weird. So I'd rather just leave that lens on it. Ugh. Yeah, that's... It's kind of annoying how it has to give you every single alert. Oh, there we go. Is that going to play?
React.
Let me see.
Given all that's going on with Charlie Kirk's assassination and the left-wing violence going on, do you plan on designating Antifa finally a domestic terror organization?
Well, it's something I would do, yeah. If I have support from the people back here, I think we'd start with Pam, I think. But I would, if you give me, I would do that.
Why? Okay. Yeah, why? Antifa had nothing to do with the Charlie Kirk assassination. Alright, well... This is just the start of them trying to ban any and all political opposition.
I'm gonna ask you questions, okay? Is that okay with you?
Yeah, whatever you want.
What are your thoughts on transgenders?
I don't think about transgenders.
Do you think transgenders should be able to own guns?
Yeah, I guess, yeah. It's
You
it's a
guess?
Second Amendment right, yeah.
You
sure.
guess?
It's a Second Amendment right, no?
Why do they keep on shooting fucking schools then?
Well, aren't the most
Them,
school
they,
shooters
whatever the
white
fuck
guys?
you want to call it,
White
why
men
the
should be
fuck?
disallowed from owning guns?
Do you think that being transgender is a mental illness?
I don't have an opinion
Do
on it
you
for this
think-
audience right now.
Do you
Who
think?
do you think most school shooters were white men?
It's all part of the narrative, dude.
Yeah,
That's
the narrative
It's
is you're
all
not
part of the
answering my
narrative,
question.
and you
Yeah,
know it.
Go ahead, preach. We're in church
You
right
know
now.
it.
Go ahead.
They said that the guy that shot Charlie was a Republican.
Can you answer
he
me this?
wasn't.
If trans people are such effective assassans, why do we kick them all out of the military?
Looking at this one right here, I want to give this fucking thing a gun.
Dude, get the fuck out of here. Get this fucking loser out of here. Are you serious? Why are you pointing out people in the audience and bullying people? Are you serious? What I do. I can take it. Bully me. I'm up here, okay? Make fun of me, all right?
What's up, not so erudite?
Hi.
What's up, Stephen?
Hey, what's up, man?
I have noticed as people are talking, you've got a lot of caricatures. You think they get their...
Dude, these people are fucking losers.
Pull-ups 3 times 5, cable row 3 times 8, wide grip lat pull down 3 times 8, straight arm cable pull down 3 times 8, bent over row 3 times 8, row machine 3 times 8.
Oh my god. add anything redundant. I've seen good results so far. That's fine. You're hitting just about every part of your back from doing that. You might want to, I would recommend adding in like shoulder shrugs, and you might want to do like a Yates row, which is basically just a high angle row of the barbell just to hit more of your traps. But other than that, and if you're making good progress, why would you change anything? Thanks for the donation though, Jason. Kenny donates $2. I know the real reason you're bulking up that lean mass. I know he wasn't lean here, but still.
Him the most interesting player in the game today. He literally let everybody know on Tuesday actually, this was going to be a possibility. No one's ever tried this in competition in the history of this event.
And that's where he's headed, just a little bit right of it, but this ball appears to be hammered.
Oh, wow. That's so far up there.
I could make that shot. I'm actually really, really good at driving. My longest drive was over 500 yards. Thanks for the donation though, Kenny.
Do you think America will become like Nazi Germany soon?
I don't think it'll get that bad. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Why not address the rumors? And I do believe that's because they're true.
The clip he's referring to when he says the plaque buildup, it's coming from, I assume, this podcast he did recently with Dr. Mark Hyman.
And so perhaps The Rock is saying, no, it's not plaque buildup. It was there congenital.
Like how his name is Hyman.
It was there from birth. It's a genetic.
Ishowspeed is live right now with Brian Shaw.
Is that on YouTube?
Oh, we could mount it like on a door handle or anything.
Anything, yeah. Well, I mean, it would be something like
How,
that.
it got to be like super.
Yeah, like, or if,
I show speed.
And, I don't know, even a tree, right? Like they have a different mount that you could, so like when we were in Africa, we were.
I think he might be taking steroids. He's getting a lot bigger pretty quickly. And I'm also noticing the muscles in his face are kind of getting more like jacked, like around his cheeks and jaw. I think he may be juicing. He does have gyno, like I think he always had it, but I think it's a bit bigger too. I think he may actually be on like a, you know, TRT plus, you know? He's getting bigger, like quickly. Because I remember just a month ago, he was not this big.
So just do whatever, just pull on it.
Right. What? I know it. Like, how does he even do that?
It's just all.
Like, what is the technology?
It's just all right in here.
Yeah, I know, but like,
check this.
like
His
the
voice
actual
is deeper
distance.
too.
Yeah, it's just so we're gonna do this, and we're gonna bump the eccentric up. So
How old is, like, he's not going through puberty now. 20. Yeah, his voice is
Yeah.
getting deeper and everything too.
Oh, what is this called?
So it's a Beyond Power. It's a Voltra One is the name of it, but yes,
Is this your brand or something?
I will.
Trans bullets, trans bullets, trans bullet, 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 trans bullets, trans bullets, trans bullets, trans bullets, trans bullets, trans bullet, trans bullets, trans bullets, trans bulletra.
Alright, well thank you for that, Sneed. Appreciate it.
Nigga, you can't hit a golf ball 500 yards. Professional golfers average 300, that's the best golfers in the world. You also don't know shit about guns, you've never owned one in your life. Also, Tylenol isn't hard on your stomach lining, ibuprofen is.
Pretty sure Tylenol and ibuprofen's literally the same medication. Pro golfers do not average 300. They can hit well over 300. Maybe like some of the worst pros are hitting like 350, but I'm pretty sure most pros can hit over 350. There's no chance. 300's the average. 300's not particularly good. My grandfather, who wasn't even in very good shape, he got a really nice driver with a bit of a whippier shaft to it. He could get to like about 270, 280. So like there's no chance. Pro golfers can hit well over that. But no, I'm extremely good at long drives. I've been considering getting back into like getting into longest drive competitions because I'm so good at it. But no, I've hit over 500. I'm not bullshitting. Thanks for the donation though, fucktard.
You can do everything you want.
No.
You try that kind of.
How heavy does it go?
It's all about like resistance.
It goes up to 200 pounds.
200 pounds it goes to too?
Do you want to feel that?
Let me feel it.
Guy befriends me at BJJ Open Mat and tells me 5 times that we should just go light on our first round to warm up so we don't get injured. The bell rings and he attacks me 100%. Did he do this deliberately? I injured my neck that round because wasn't warm.
I've dealt with people like that at BJJ gyms, and they're just fucking dumb cunts, dude. You kind of just have to figure out who's a dumbass, who's not when you go to a new gym. There's some people who are fucking retarded and they do not know how to spar and they just go 100%. And not only that, they just do like straight up dangerous shit where like if they get you into an arm bar, they'll try to snap you like 100%. They'll like push their hip up to like break your elbow. I've dealt with dumb fucks like that. So you just kind of have to, you ideally feel people out when you're doing like technique practice. And then when you figure out they're just not good to spar with, just don't spar with them. So don't risk it. Like just don't deal with fucktards like that who just don't know how to spar. Thanks for the donation though, Pinch Nerve.
Tylenol and ibuprofen are not the same thing. Ibuprofen is an NSAID anti-inflammatory. Tylenol is not, completely different drug classes. And you think you know more than doctors SMH.
Well, I do. Doctor probably wouldn't know that. Thanks for the donation, fucktard. Kid Boo donators, you think Andrew Wilson is good at debating? For a crazy Christian nationalist, yes. He's actually a pretty decent debater all around, but when it comes to certain topics that he has like some kind of ideological interest in, he ends up just being extremely dishonest. So he's definitely difficult to debate. If you do debate him, he's surprisingly challenging to deal with. But when it comes to certain topics like whether or not dinosaurs are real, you know, it ends up becoming kind of retarded. But thanks for the donation, Kid Boo. Yeah, I think I show speed may be juicing.
Thing, just like my HDL cholesterol being very low, it's all genetic. I haven't come off steroids. I haven't done anything. Does anyone believe that though?
And you had said very succinctly, you had said, I'm not going to treat your symptoms. I'm going to go deeper than that, and I'm going to treat the root cause of what's going on.
Rock, who never talks about his blood work or his health or the fact that he's using or not using performance-enhancing drugs or HRT, he suddenly records a
Yes, my
video where
mom's
he's talking
vegan.
about his blood work, the scans, and saying exactly what's going on. But for what reason? And come to find out, well, he's an investor in that company. Don't you think that other millionaires are going to want to get the same service as The Rock to discover what is right, what is wrong with their bodies? And so The Rock does this just to make more money when he already has close to $1 billion? Why would he do this?
I was never a medication guy.
Because he's a cunt. Yeah, like, these people who already have ridiculous amounts of money, and then they just do these, like, really weird, callous things where they're dishonest to make a bit more money, they're dickheads. The reason they have that much money in the first place is because they're just dickheads and nothing's ever enough. And anytime they have an opportunity to lie, cheat, steal, do something shady, weird, like, they'll just take it to make more money. That's why they're rich in the first place.
Like, I wasn't taking any kind of medications or anything like that, and even now.
I mean, does anyone think that The Rock does not take any medications whatsoever? Really? No statins, no testosterone, nothing for high blood pressure, nothing.
Yeah, my grandfather that I talk about is from my mom's side.
Because you've always been perfect despite the fact that you're larger than you ever were before in your 50s. Does that make sense?
Well, let's get you on this medication. It's a multi-month medication, and here we go.
Probably got my muscle building genes from the black side of my family. There's a lot of pro athletes on my dad's side. Think one of my dad's brothers almost went into the NFL.
Why are these Hollywood celebrities anyways so greedy?
Again, there's a reason why they're a Hollywood celebrity. It's just what they do. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
And I thought, God, and I was so hesitant because I wasn't taking a medication. So then I called you.
I mean, I find it so ironic that he would get a test done and the doctor says, you need to go on this medication immediately. And instead of listening to the doctor, he calls another doctor until he finds someone that says, no, you don't need the medication. Shouldn't you listen to your doctor? I mean,
no, you should not listen to your doctor. Do your own research. The only person you can trust is yourself. It's your body. You're the one who's going to have to deal with the consequences of any treatment or medication. You're ultimately responsible for your own health. So don't be afraid of getting a second opinion, doing your own research, all that. That's what you're supposed to do.
Do you not think he's trying to help you? And so you find a way to say, no, you don't actually need medications. You're fine. I mean, if you find enough doctors, eventually someone's just going to tell you what you want to hear.
I said, Doc, listen, here's what I got. I'm not indicting anybody. I'm not throwing anybody under the bus, but what do you think?
Because of all this, and seeing as The Rock has lost a significant amount of muscle, do you think that the doctor, the original doctor that said, hey, there's something wrong with you, you need to do something about it, you need these medications, do you think that this doctor was correct? Or do you think the second doctor that says, no, it's okay, Rock, you're invincible, you have the longevity gene, you're going to be around forever. Which is more likely?
Let's get a scan done. Here's the report from our head cardiologist, who's a very good friend of yours. And he said, looks great. It is just an anatomical thing.
It's an anatomical thing. What exactly is that? I mean, it's a bunch of mumbo jumbo. They didn't explain it. It's an...
Depending on how an angiogram is performed, you can get false readings. So... you're getting a 2D image.
Trump going to file one attorney general for not making fake crime up for a different attorney general he doesn't like. Also, Ukraine is cooking right now.
Oh my god, this is insane.
Exactly, VG, so why can't the Doctor's theme selves see that?
Well, they paid about $200,000 for their education, so they kind of have a chip on their shoulder. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Russia's losing this war, says Ed Prepping. I don't know if we're going to watch that tonight. Thanks for the donation, though, retard. So when you take an angiogram, the angle at which you take the angiogram matters because you're only getting a 2D image. So if you take it at one angle, it'll show stenosis. If you take it at another angle, it'll show it's wide open. So again, getting several images done and getting a second opinion and all this shit, like, it's a smart idea. Why would you just trust one doctor who is very likely a fucking idiot and doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about?
An anatomical thing, you know? You're in your 50s, you do steroids, but you don't have to worry. It's an anatomical thing.
What constitutes abuse? So if he's taking these steroids and he doesn't have maladaptive cardiomyopathy, left ventricular hypertrophy, his lipids are within a safe range, controlling his blood pressure, what is defined as abuse? It's just stupid.
Had like the ApoE2, which is a gene that means you kind of live a long time. You know, the people who like smoke and drink and live forever.
Yeah.
You're kind of one of those.
Like, what test did they use to determine it was genetic? Did they go and use his blood work from 40 years ago and say, hey, when you were 13, it was already like that?
Again, it's a genetic test.
How would they know it's genetic? And so if you're looking to not downsize, you're looking to get bigger, you can, of course, take Turk Builder.
Show me one motherfucker taking Turk Builder who has made the gains I've made in the last month being on steroids. Show me one motherfucker. Will Tennyson looks the same. Hussein Farhat looks smaller. Like, all these fuckers who've taken Turk Builder haven't done shit. They're not bigger, they're not stronger, they're not going anywhere. TMK Donatillers, if you don't have any appointments tomorrow, would you let yourself wake up naturally or set an alarm anyways? Does it change or it depends? I almost never set an alarm.
We have some
I just wake up when I wake up. I also kind of have a fuzzy alarm clock too. My cat wakes me up for food every morning. So unless I have to do something specific, I pretty much never set an alarm. Thanks for the donation, though, TMK.
Max, Turk Platinum are #1 selling supplements. And remember, it's from Uzbekistan. It's Ajuga turkistanica. It is 100% authentic. We can verify this. We also have...
Fucking retarded. Yeah, you can spend $50 a month on fucking Turk Builder, which does jack shit, or you could spend $50 a month on testosterone. And you've seen the results I've gotten on testosterone. Show me one motherfucker making this kind of progress on fucking Turk Builder. Nobody. So you can spend the same fucking money on a fucking drug that actually does something and works, or just waste your money on fucking horse shit.
Have a money-back guarantee and a $20 gift card. It's not cyanosis. It's not from China. And remember, we've been vindicated. Turkplex, which when you right-click on the URL and it says turkesterone, and they're claiming, no, we didn't claim turkesterone. They did. I mean, the turkesterone molecule was on the bottle, but if you want actual Ajuga, which is definitely better than creatine, it's far more potent, it's stronger. I can't wait for future studies to come out that will validate and prove that what I'm saying is true. But remember, there's a money-back guarantee and a $20 gift card, and so you can try it, and if it doesn't put on as much muscle or add as much strength or give you as much energy as you were hoping, you get your money back. And so you have...
Fuck Greg.
Sup, Richard? How much FKN money is Greg making off of Turk Builder?
Well, he just bought a Ferrari, so that should give you some indication. Thanks for the donation, Saxby. So yeah, I'd say too much fucking money.
I have heard that an elevated H&H is a precursor to a stroke.
Dude, same, I'm so pissed I blew up at this new guy who tried to be extra holding pads for me on a jab cross jab combo and threw extra hits and hit me twice. Do you wanna spar or what? I said. His ego bruised 'cause we sparred last weekend for tapped light. Fuck.
There's a lot of retarded dumb shits who go to these like martial arts gyms who are wannabe, you know, MMA fighters and boxers and shit, and they feel like they have something to prove, and they'll just do dumb shit all the time. So you just have to avoid these people. If they want to spar or do anything, and you know they've done dumb shit before, just don't bother with them. Just find somebody else to spar with. And if they're the only person around, just don't do it. Thanks for the donation, though.
Vegan gains. Are pumped for Avengers Doomsday and Secret Wars?
No, they're probably going to suck. Marvel movies have been garbage for a long time, and I'm not going to bother watching them. Couldn't care less. Thanks for the donation, though, Derek.
What tell us about that, Mike? I'm concerned about that.
Well, testosterone will
scary.
stimulate that. It'll stimulate red blood cells.
Yes.
That's one of the advantages of it. That's why runners and cyclists and swimmers, endurance athletes would be interested in taking anabolic steroids and testosterone. You know, they don't want to squat 600 pounds, but they might want to run 3.5 hours. And if you have more red blood cells, you're going to have a better oxygen carrying capacity to your muscles, and you're not going to get as tired as easily.
Right.
We knew all of that when we were training, but we weren't thinking about, we had an easier time getting through our workout. We were able to do more sets and total reps and all that because our concern was the 1 rep max.
Right.
So, yeah, we could train more and do more work while we were on cycle than we could otherwise, but we weren't measuring, you know, we got 20 sets done in an hour when it used to take us an hour and a half. That wasn't a
No,
concern.
that wasn't really one of the metrics that we applied to the.
No, but to these people, it is. That's why the military will sometimes do altitude training if they're going to deploy to a high altitude theater. Several of the guys we see have done that while they were in the service. The old days, the boxers, fighters always went up to the mountains to train. That was part of it. Anybody that's been on a vacation to the mountains, they don't feel good for a couple of days. That's because of the thin air. Their body's deprived of oxygen.
Yeah, it's really retarded. So they ban drugs like testosterone or EPO or boldenone, you know, whatever. They'll ban any drug that raises your red blood cell count, but you can get the exact same effect just from living at a higher altitude. So why is high altitude training not considered cheating, but taking a drug that does literally the exact same thing, that's cheating? Like, drug testing in sports is just fucking stupid. It's just flat out fucking dumb. There's absolutely no reason there should be any drug testing in sports.
Oxygen that it's used to having, it figures that out real fast, and it fixes it by increasing red blood cells.
Right.
So after a couple of days, you feel good, and some people will even notice when they come home on vacation, they feel really good because they've got these extra red blood cells. They just take it as, boy, that was just a great vacation.
Great vacation. I sure am relaxed and tanned and ready to go here.
Got energy, you feel good. Meanwhile, all these guys living in the mountains.
Is 225 max bench at 160 body weight good? No. People who obsess over their like bench versus their body weight are just pencil neck weaklings, dude. A 225 bench is just not impressive for a man.
React to this. VG and Woma have the guile to complain about men seeing them as sex objects.
Let me see.
myself, totally acknowledge it, so no one...
Have you talked to me?
Oh my God, Molly.
He's thinking.
I've never heard of you before, so, yeah.
That's the answer, because you're wet as well.
Same thing, right?
But do you
Like,
guys
just that
think-
sort of resiliency.
Do you think public political commentary is morally on the same plane as filming yourself having...
Yes.
Yeah. I think people, if anything, it could sometimes be worse depending on what the person is talking about. You know?
I agree.
Oh, worse, okay.
Mhm.
I think politics is definitely heavier than.
You think politics does more damage than...
For the
Yes,
actual life,
100%.
like the world, yes.
yeah.
Her having sex with.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Hitler's speeches and the articles he wrote and all the promotion he did for the Nazi Party was worse than any porn ever made.
With other men is not disrupting the world.
Well, no, not just sex, but filming it and disseminating
I think
it.
it actually helps
putting
the
the world
world
into
because
shambles.
it gives the men a release of their and that they can't control stuff like them, so they go off to me.
And all the lonely boys, you know, we're helping them. So
Also, I feel like it's their choice to watch.
Okay, great.
Or at altitude, even something like Denver, they'll have elevated hematocrit and hemoglobin, and they live that way year round, and they need those extra red blood cells. But they don't have an increased risk of heart disease, strokes. In fact, they have a longer life expectancy than those of us that are down at sea level. They have a decreased risk of heart disease than those of, I've read the studies. It was very interesting, but there's a difference. It's a significant difference. I think it's lifestyle. I don't think it has anything to do with having a higher hematocrit. I don't think that helps them live longer. I just don't think it hurts them like we think it does.
Well, that's an interesting, that's a very interesting observation. If an elevated H&H in and of itself was a risk for stroke, anybody living in Leadville, Colorado is a dead man. They're at 10,000 feet, right? People all over the Himalayas would be falling down dead of stroke, you know, because they obviously, if they live there, they've got an elevated H&H, don't they? Join us this week on Starting Strength Radio.
Yeah, elevated hematocrit is fine. What matters more is the proportion of platelets to red blood cells.
Here we are, another edition.
If you want to know how to build the most muscle in your mass building phase with growth hormone, stay tuned because I'm going to tell you.
I'm 5 feet 10 plus 178 pound 12% body fat. I've got my dips up minus 345 plates. I want to build more muscle. Lifetime goal is 205 pounds lean. What's a safe steroid? Have you seen this video? Does this doc know his shit?
I think I have. I'm pretty sure he's a fucking idiot. Pretty much every steroid on this list is fucking stupid. We can go through this. The safest steroids are going to be testosterone, masteron, and primobolan. Testosterone has to be run with any steroid cycle. It's the fundamental hormone for your body. If you need other steroids for growth, or you don't want to add any more test for, various reasons, then masteron or primobolan would be the two safest. The benefit with masteron is it doesn't raise your red blood cell count, so you don't have to worry about, any additional androgens raising your hematocrit, making your blood thicker, and having to get blood drawn and stuff. It's also not liver kidney toxic. And it also doesn't really affect blood pressure. The only thing you have to worry about with it is it just lowers your HDL. And HDL is a non-causal factor in heart disease risk, so it's not really a big deal. The downside with Masteron is you tend to need to run it at a fairly high dose to get an anabolic effect. It's going to vary from person to person. Some people say Masteron, they don't notice any growth on it. Some people say they grow plenty on it. It really depends. Everyone responds differently to different drugs. Another downside with Masteron is it does affect your like electrolyte balance. It seems to cause dehydration in some people, which is not great if you're trying to build muscle. That's a huge problem. So a lot of people use it as a like diet cutting, like show contest prep drug. And Primobolan is, again, very safe. It will raise your hematocrit. So if you're running it in higher doses along with testosterone, you do have to keep an eye on your hematocrit. Again, elevated hematocrit's fine. What matters more is the proportion of platelets to red blood cells. But it is something you're going to have to keep an eye on. It will lower HDL. Just like any other steroid would. It's safe for your kidneys, safe for your liver. It's non-toxic. It's very expensive. Generally speaking, it comes in 10 mil vials, 100 milligrams per mil. So it's not dosed very high. Generally speaking, testosterone is dosed at 200 to 250 milligrams per mil. So it's dosed about half as low, and it's a fair bit more expensive. And if you're getting the actual Primobolan made by Bayer, the pharmaceutical grade stuff, that's ridiculously expensive. And you are going to have to run it at like some higher doses in order to get an anabolic effect from it. It is less anabolic generally than testosterone. So it's going to be more expensive than Masteron, especially if you're getting the real pharmaceutical Bayer stuff. It's also very often faked. You have to make sure you get that from a reputable source, like a UGL that's done third-party testing, or third-party test it yourself. It's usually faked with Masteron. It's usually just Masteron, so it's not Primobolan. People are just taking Masteron. And, oh yeah, and I forgot to mention, Masteron doesn't aromatize, so you don't have to worry about aromatization with Masteron. Primobolan also is an AI, so it will lower your estrogen. So you're going to have to balance testosterone and Primobolan to make sure your estrogen levels are in range, because too low estrogen will fuck up your heart, your brain, your joints. It'll weaken your connective tissue. So you want to make sure your estrogen is at a suitable range. So if you're running a high amount of Primobolan with a low amount of testosterone, you can run into problems. There's a shortage of both Primobolan and Masteron in the United States. In Canada, it's also pretty much impossible to get Masteron and Enthate right now. There's plenty of mass propionate. I've seen plenty of Primobolan. I'm not sure if all of it's real. The one source that I buy from, they have Primo in stock right now. But it is more expensive, so I think the source that I'm getting my stuff from, it's $160 for a 10 mil vial of Primo, but it's only 100 milligrams per mil. So testosterone, if you're getting an Enthate, it's 250 milligrams per mil in a 10 mil vial, and it's only $90. So you can do the math. In the States, for whatever reason, it's a fair bit more expensive. It's generally running like around 200 for real Primo. And if you're seeing Primo being sold 200 milligrams per mil, there's a possibility it's real, but it's probably not. It's usually dosed at 100 milligrams per mil. And you're probably going to get a lot of pain an injection with 200 milligrams per mil if it's real Primo. It's not a pleasant thing to inject, especially if it's dosed at 200 milligrams per mil. Super painful injections. But it is fairly anabolic. It's almost as anabolic as testosterone. So if you can afford it and it's real, and it's a safe drug. So those are probably those are the three safest steroids to run: testosterone, primobolan, and mast. Because there's a primo and mast shortage and it's very hard to source, people are switching to boldenone, also known as equipoise or EQ. Boldenone is a lot like primobolan. The only big difference is it's a much stronger aromatase inhibitor, but the benefit with boldenone is it increases red blood cell count a lot more than testosterone or primo, which, depending on your particular situation and what you want to get from the drug, that may not be a problem. That may, in fact, be a benefit. So if you want more endurance, better recovery, more oxygen delivery, if you do a lot of high-intensity, high-volume training, that would be a benefit for you. Another benefit of boldenone is it's extremely good for collagen synthesis. I think when it's dosed at 2 milligrams per kilogram, it increases collagen synthesis by about 350%. And in comparison, primobolan dosed at 5 milligrams per kilogram, it only increases collagen synthesis by about 180%. And also keep in mind, boldenone is dirt fucking cheap. It's usually dosed at 300 milligrams per mil. And it's usually, and this is in Canadian dollars, by the way, it's usually only about $80, $90 for a 10 mil vial. So you get way more boldenone for the money. It has very similar effects to primobolan. And it's probably a little more anabolic or about the same. There's some question as to whether or not it is harmful for the kidneys. In humans, it doesn't seem to be the case. There's animal studies where it seems to cause kidney damage. There's only case reports indicating that it causes kidney damage in humans, but the case reports aren't very reliable because these case reports involve people who are taking multiple different drugs. So no one only takes boldenone, and the case reports also mention these people are taking like party drugs like cocaine, alcohol, and shit. If boldenone does cause kidney damage, it's probably related to just the aromatase inhibition. In some people, it is an extremely, extremely potent aromatase inhibitor. And if you crush estrogen to really low levels, that will cause kidney damage. It might also be due to not properly managing blood pressure because, again, it will raise your hematocrit more than other steroids. And if you massively increase your hematocrit, which will raise your blood pressure, and that's not managed, that will also cause kidney damage. So again, anecdotally, there are many, many thousands and thousands and thousands of bodybuilders for years and years, like decades, who've relied on boldenone. Very rarely do you ever hear anybody having kidney issues from running boldenone. There is also some concern of it causing GI issues. Again, that's probably due to the aromatase inhibition. If you crush estrogen, that can cause digestive problems. Most of these things seem to be related to aromatase inhibition. And a lot of people also report anxiety issues and mood depression with Boldenone. Again, that's likely due to aromatase inhibition. If you take an aromatase inhibitor, that will also trigger anxiety and depression if you crush estrogen too low. So it really depends. Primo, mast, and testosterone, those all seem to be pretty good for mood. Doesn't trigger issues for people. Boldenone, I'm pretty sure because it's such a potent AI, those are things you need to watch out for, and you just need to make sure you get regular blood work just to make sure your estrogen levels are in range, and also you need to monitor your blood pressure and hematocrit. And just like anything, everyone responds differently to different drugs, and if you're not responding well to a certain drug, just don't take it. One other issue with Boldenone is it's always sold as Boldenone undesolinate. The undesolinate ester is very, very, very long acting. I think it has like something like a 15 or 20 day half-life. So it takes a very long time for it to build up to peak concentrations in your system. And generally speaking, people need to be taking it for at least 2 months for it to, for whatever dose you're taking to actually peak in your system. So you won't notice the full side effects or effects of it for at least 2 months. And that also presents another problem, because if you're not responding well to the drug, it's going to take a very long time for it to leave your system. Again, at least you're looking at least 3 months for it to completely clear. So those are probably the 4 safest anabolic steroids, at least in terms of injectables. In terms of orals, the safest oral steroid is Anavar. It is still liver toxic. You do not want to run it for a very long time. Women are probably safer taking Anavar because they take it in very low doses. Like starting dose for women is 2.5 milligrams. At those doses, it's much more safe. For men, a starting dose would be like at least 10 milligrams. Most dudes are probably going to find the majority of the benefit at 20 milligrams. Some dudes may see the most benefit at 20 or 60. Highest I've ever seen anybody running Anavar is at 100, but that's very rare. You're probably not going to see much benefits from it at that level, but it is liver toxic. It's not great to run any oral, really. So I would just stick to testosterone, Primo, Masteron as the 3 safest. Boldenone is a good replacement for Primo, but it does come with some downsides, some upsides. And again, if you can afford it, Primo may be a better option, but Boldenone, depending on your own response to the drug and what you might want from the drug, Boldenone may be a better option if you want a stronger aromatase inhibitor. Boldenone is probably more anabolic than Primobolan, and it is way fucking cheaper. It's at least 6 times cheaper. Halotestin is an extremely dangerous drug, and it's an oral. You don't want to take that. But we'll react to this video. Kid Boo donated $2. Let me see. Political compass, social libertarian, authoritarian. Wow, haven't done this in a while. Yeah, sure. Tim Pool's a fucking fraud. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo. I just need to go pee. I'll be right back. I'm dumb. Dude, that's awesome. This fucking fan I got for the camera actually works. It's actually, yeah. No overheating. That's actually working better than I thought it would. So I can use this for the workout streams now. They're going to be way higher quality. Kid Boo donated $2 base nigga. Let me see.
Nigga. It's a different type of video. Rest in peace to Charlie Kirk. Prayers going out to his family, you know what I mean? It was a real nigga. I respect a nigga like that. Doesn't fold under pressure to be politically correct. Speaks his mind and speaks his truth.
Okay, that's great. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
Is their structure? How do they work? What is some interesting facts about them? What are the benefits? And then also, what are the risks? And then we're going to put all MK.
Okay, MK677 isn't a steroid.
677. I think it's hilarious that I'm talking about all these classic anabolics, and the first thing I pick up is like the latest craze on TikTok. But I wanted to include MK677 in here because I actually really like MK for its specific application. So first off, what is MK677?
It sucks. It's fucking garbage. It's what broke trailer trash morons use when they can't afford growth hormone.
Also known as ibutamorin, MK677 is a ghrelin receptor agonist, and it's actually the only one that's orally available, which means that it's available as a capsule, or sometimes you'll see it sold in like a little dropper and you put drops in your mouth because, you know, that's super scientific for dosing. And the benefit of MK677 is, in addition to boosting growth hormone, which most ghrelin receptors that are on the market, that's the whole idea, that you can stimulate natural growth hormone release as opposed to dosing yourself with actual, you know, growth itself, is that this stimulates hunger pretty significantly, but in a way that is relatively tolerable. And so what I mean by that is that if we're looking at all the different ghrelin receptor agonists, you know, we're looking at something like ipamorelin, which has to be injected. It's a very mild appetite stimulant. Or we go to something more significant like GHRP6, which is just intense. Like you might as well have like an entire box of Oreos next to you, otherwise you're going to faint and fall out. This is, for most people, a compound that will stimulate hunger over a prolonged period of time in a way that's a little bit more steady, which can actually really assist with calorie consumption.
A lot of steroids will raise appetite, period, so I don't know why you'd take that. Secondly, like, again, boldenone would be safer in all likelihood. Boldenone in particular is known for stimulating appetite. And this will inevitably end up causing insulin resistance. Do not take these fucking why am I having a brain fart? Don't take MK677. Dodo donated $2.
Charlie Kirk was a lifelong advocate for freedom of speech, civil political discourse, and the political engagement of youth. Representative Ilhan Omar's actions in the wake of the assassination of Charlie...
I don't care. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
And that's something that resonates with me. You know, I've taken MK when it was prescribed to me back whenever you could actually get MK, you know, prescribed and compounded by a legit compounding pharmacy. And you know, what I noticed is that for me, it made all the difference when it came to actually consuming enough calories in order to put on size, because I don't care, you know, what you're doing, whether you're natural, whether you're enhanced, if you don't eat enough protein, if you don't eat enough food, you will not grow and you will not progress, because your body, it needs building blocks in order to move forward. So with all that being said, it's time to rank MK677, all right? And we have to take in this a couple things into consideration, right? We talked about the benefit of the growth hormone release. We've got the benefit of the appetite stimulation, right? But we also have some drawbacks, right? MK can have some significant water retention, all right? You're gonna look like the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man if you try to stay on this stuff too long, especially if you're running other compounds that are going to increase water retention. So you've got that drawback to worry about. And also, it doesn't last forever. You're only gonna get that that appetite stimulation for maybe 6 to 8 weeks. So, it's time to rank this. It doesn't have, you don't have to worry about test suppression. That's a really positive thing. I would say this, honestly, if you're someone who is, let's say, a hard gainer, or you're someone where it really struggles to put on size, I gotta say, like MK677, this is S tier, man. This is a fantastic compound.
This guy is a literal fucktard, and he has no clue what he's talking about.
Now, if you try to use MK for, I don't know, like a cut or what other terrible idea people have come up with on Reddit and TikTok, no, it's not S tier, right? But that's like trying to eat soup with a frickin' fork, okay? The fork isn't the problem. You just don't know how to use an instrument. So MK677, fantastic favorite. Turinabol, aka T-ball. So
Turinabol is a trash compound.
I really, really like T-ball, and it's mostly because it operates in a really, really unique space when it comes to history. So back when the Cold War was peaking and we had this huge rivalry between the United States and the Soviets, we competed in every other way except for the actual battlefield. That's why it's called the Cold War. And Olympics and competitive athletics was it. Like, all eyes were on this. Whether it was the space race, a couple of other things. And as a result, the Soviets, in a very competitive move, developed an entire doping program called the East German Doping Program that was completely centered around doping the ever-living crap out of their athletes so that they could run farther, lift more, jump higher than their American counterparts. And Turinabol was that original compound. That was the one that was used more than anything else. And what was attractive about T-ball is that it was orally available and it really wasn't that androgenic. All right, so they were able to give it, at least in smaller doses, to their female athletes in addition to their male athletes. Another
Turinabol is liver toxic. You do not want to take it. It's trash.
thing that's interesting about T-ball is that it has really significant strength gains that are associated with it, but it doesn't have the same sort of fluid retention that you get from D-ball because it doesn't aromatize the same way. D-ball will get, these weird estrogens that will come off of it, and then you end up holding onto a bunch of fluid in the subcutaneous space. The test deca D-ball stack that everybody talks about, where you put on, all this strength and size, and what you don't realize is that half of that size is just like buckets of water that you're just carrying around yourself. You can't button up your shirt. It's a super attractive look. T-ball doesn't have that. And so that is one of the greatest strengths of it. But, the drawback is that, like all androgens, it will suppress your natural test axis, all right? And also, it's an orally available 17-alpha alkylated steroid. So this is going to play hell with your liver, like almost all oral steroids. There's nothing special about it in that regard. But it is a really fascinating compound, that a huge amount of water weight, right? Brian Shaw, fantastically handsome guy, but not everybody wants to look like they're a tomato about to pop. So we're gonna go ahead, and for T-ball, I feel pretty confident putting this right in A tier.
This guy is marvelously fucking stupid. So let's put a liver toxic compound that does not build any more muscle and does not cause any more strength increase than other safer compounds. A tier. What the fuck?
Of oral steroids. And moving on. All right, so testosterone, but it is some drawbacks. And again, while it is a little bit more anabolic than just pure testosterone, it also has some drawbacks associated.
It's not more anabolic than testosterone.
See with that? So I'm going to give Echo.
This guy doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. It's not more anabolic than testosterone.
Poise a solid B tier.
Right, okay. So Turinabol, which is liver toxic, that's an A tier, but a compound that is not liver toxic, probably not kidney toxic in humans, and is more anabolic, this guy's a fucking idiot. Superdrol? Okay, what does he put that?
Yeah, it's a...
Yeah, okay. Superdrol will absolutely destroy your fucking liver. C tier, not F tier, C tier. Okay.
C tier compound.
Nandrolone decanate.
Deca. But in reality, patient's nandrolone is to date the first and only paper talking about the effect of nandrolone on joint pain, because that's something that's been seen for a long time. Guys get on Deca and they say that it helps with their joints and helps joints.
So nandrolone increases synovial fluid in the joints. So a lot of people do say it helps with joints. The problem is it's progestogenic, and it will give you gynecomastia. It will cause gynecomastia like nothing the fuck else. It's also not more anabolic than boldenone. So you might as well just take boldenone. It's actually an aromatase inhibitor. This will just give you fucking gyno.
Soreness. So we did a retrospective study on that when I was in fellowship, and I am still super proud of that. So just because I published on it, for that reason alone, nandrolone decanoate Deca is S tier.
So nandrolone is not more anabolic than boldenone. It causes horrible gynecomastia symptoms, and it is also worse at collagen synthesis. So he puts it in S tier, even though it carries more risks than boldenone. Okay, that makes
All right,
sense.
next on the list, nandrolone phenylpropionate.
Nandrolone phenylpropionate is the same as nandrolone decanate. It's just a different ester. I don't even know why the fuck he's putting that in a different... Winstrol is fucking garbage. You're going to absolutely destroy your connective tissue with Winstrol.
To death. And so for that, we're going to put Winstrol in solid B tier.
Winstrol will not help you build muscle. And if you run Winstrol for any period of time, again, you will ruin your connective tissue. It lowers cortisol and it prevents collagen synthesis. Everyone fucking snaps their shit up running Winstrol, and then he puts it in B tier. What is the basis for these rankings? Like, this is not a drug that you want to run for, like, any fucking reason. The only reason people take Winstrol is because it dries you out and makes you look harder for a bodybuilding show. The only time you would ever want to run Winstrol is if you're preparing for a bodybuilding show. Why is it in B tier?
For now. All right.
This guy has no fucking idea what he's talking about. Trust alone, men. Okay, that will fucking annihilate your fucking liver and kidneys.
I'm going to have to put MENT as a solid B.
Oh my god. This is one of the most dangerous fucking compounds you can possibly take, and he puts it in B tier. Proviron is absolutely shit. It barely builds any muscle at all.
Worry about it ever again. All right. What? We will never, gosh, man, we're going to go ahead and we're going to put this over here. And you know what? We will never worry about it ever again. All right.
Well, at least he says it's the weakest. Testosterone cypionate.
You know, test enanthate in there as well, because, you know, they're pretty similar. This is going to have to end up being another S tier for me.
I would agree with that.
S tier testosterone.
Trenbolone.
For me, this is not something that anybody should ever put into their bodies. It doesn't make sense. There are other options that take more time, that have significantly less risk. Tren, it's an F.
He puts Tren in F, but he put Ment in B tier. Okay.
I'm sorry, bro.
Halo testing.
For me, this is C tier.
Oh my god. Yeah, don't listen to this guy. He's not a good source of information. He's a fucking idiot. DD, don't need $2.
What's going on, guys? Today I'm going to show you how to fill your 1 milliliter syringes for the week. I recommend an insulin needle if you are extremely lean, or if you're just doing TRT and doing small volume shots every day. A lot of you have probably tried filling an insulin syringe by just sticking it in your vial and pulling out and realizing that nothing is going in your syringe. That's because the pressure is too small from a 1 milliliter syringe and the needle is too thin to get anything through it. So what I do is take a larger syringe and draw out everything that you're going to need for the week, put a needle on that, and then backload it into the insulin needle. Backloading means pulling the back off of your insulin needle and filling up your syringe from the back with a larger needle. So you just fill up to the amount that you need in your shot, put the back on. So you don't want to push it all the way in because it's going to create pressure and push your oil out the end of the needle. So just barely stick it in, flip it upside down, and then shake it till the air bubble goes to the top. And then at that point, push the plunger in so that air just goes out the top of your needle, and then you're ready to go. What's going on, guys?
I don't like using insulin needles for injections. The needle isn't deep enough. I've noticed a big difference with deeper injections. I don't think it's just placebo. Like a lot of other people note this too. You don't feel like what you're injecting as much. I think deeper injections, you metabolize it better or something. I noticed when I tried to use insulin syringes, I didn't get that kind of testosterone rush like 30 minutes later. When I do a 1-inch injection, I feel it like about 30 minutes later. I get a bit of a boost. I've also gotten more post-injection pain from using an insulin syringe. And apparently, if you don't inject deep enough into the muscle, that's a big reason for more injection pain. So I just like using 1-inch 30 gauge needles for injections. But, you know, to each their own. Thanks for the donation, though, Didi.
Ironic, we're running out of room. Okay, we have too much gear here. His usefulness, I mean, not really. Halo, this is C tier for me.
C tier for Halo. Like, again, this is one of the most liver toxic compounds imaginable, and it makes you go fucking insane. And he puts it in C tier, not F tier. Okay, right.
This is C tier. Ronick, we're running out of room. A legal history there. But this is absolute goated S tier.
I would not put Anavar in S tier. I'd put it in like B tier. Most people don't really need it. You can't even run it that long, especially if you're a male. You're going to need higher doses. That's more of a B tier drug. And again, like, most people do not need to fuck with orals. The only people who really need to fuck with orals are like people who are stepping on a bodybuilding stage, and you need a certain look for the competition. There's not really any reason for anybody else to be taking orals.
One of the best compounds.
Primo.
Not particularly as bad for hair for most people as something like Masteron. And unfortunately, much like Anavar, this is one of.
Have you seen any Hummer EVs in Ottawa? They are massive and weigh over 9,000 pounds. I actually saw one dude on the highway driving a Hummer EV. Saw one guy. I've seen a few Cybertrucks. There's a guy who lives near me who has a Cybertruck. I think he actually sold it because I haven't seen him in a while. I saw one Cybertruck that was wrapped in black when I was on the highway. They look so bad. Like, they look bad with just the bare metal, but oh my god, when they're wrapped in black, it just looked horrendous. But the Hummer EV is cool. It's a stupid car, but I still think it's kind of cool.
The most counterfeited compounds around. But Primobolan, this is excellent. This is an incredible compound. It is absolute.
I wanted to try using 27 gauge 5/8 needles, but I literally couldn't find any. The only thing I could find was a 30 gauge. But, you know, it's like 30 gauge, it's smaller. You do need to, it does take longer to actually inject. That's really the only downside. But the needle's so thin, like you're causing like no scar tissue.
S tier for me. Oh baby, time. So there you go. There. So finally, I think our protein box is definitely not something that I would take on an ongoing basis. Than any, definitely going to be like your S tier pre. workout. This is going to hit harder than anything that you can find for sale on TikTok, but definitely not something that I would take on an ongoing basis. So,
did he put Anadrol in S tier?
Oxymethylone, A-bombs, Anadrol. This is going to be C tier for me.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, Anadrol is F tier. What an idiot. Don't listen. I don't know what the fuck the criteria for his rankings are, but he's massively downplaying the risk with some of these compounds. He's a fucking idiot. Do you only inject in your shoulders? Yeah, I've only been injecting in my shoulders. I might, just to avoid scar tissue buildup, start injecting into my glutes. I know some people like lat injections. I don't know about that. I've seen some people hit blood vessels and get really bad bruising. And I know some people inject into their triceps. I don't know about that. Might try that at some point, but I think I'll just, front, middle, rear delt, glute, right glute, left glute, something like that. Oh my God.
Tyler Smith, did you ever have sleep apnea? Do you think there's anything that can be done, or you absolutely need a CPAP machine?
I'm convinced I probably had sleep apnea before we knew what sleep apnea was. I never was like, I don't think I was ever like a terrible sleep apnea person. Like, I know people that wake up 1,000 times a minute,
Should go for a ride in a Cyber Beast, the one with the three-headed wolf. It's so fast, doesn't seem real. Puts your eyeballs in the back of your head. What the hell is a Cyber Beast? Didi, you don't need $2.
How to do a testosterone injection. How to get testosterone, which is viscous, which is thick, into a syringe and ultimately into your body. So follow along. To start, you take a 3cc syringe with a big needle.
I don't know why you'd use a 3cc syringe. If you're only doing one large injection a week, but you shouldn't be doing one large injection a week. You should be doing daily injections, like at least twice a week. That's just stupid.
Needle, an 18 gauge needle to draw it up. We're going to drop 1 cc. Take the vial of testosterone, turn it upside down, put it into a little circle, and pull up 1 cc of medicine until it gets.
Yeah, I have no idea why.
To the line, which is just around 1 thereabouts, and that's 1 cc. You don't want to inject with this needle, it'll hurt. Your choice is to take a 25 gauge needle and twist it on, and this is ready for injection. Some people say a 25 hurts. Take this off, and you can put a 30 gauge needle. 30 gauge needle is even smaller. How to do a test.
Yeah, I don't know why you'd use a 3cc needle. Thanks for the donation there, Dodo. Or Didi, I mean.
No. I was never that bad.
I wouldn't recommend injecting steroids into your thigh or quad. The reason is there's a lot of blood vessels and nerves in your quad, and it's very easy to hit them. You see the most amount of bad injections happening in the quad, so I wouldn't recommend that. Some dudes who are on extremely fucking high doses of steroids, so like Chase Irons, he was running 5 grams of testosterone per week, which is out of this world fucking massive. Just because of the sheer amount of volume he has to inject. per week. He kind of had to use more injection sites, so he ended up using his quads. Some people get away with it, and you might be able to find like a spot on your quad that's safe, but I wouldn't recommend it. Like if you're just doing sensible doses, there's no need to inject into your quad.
Bad, but I'm sure I could have benefited when I was at my biggest from an apnea machine. I will tell you this, even now at like 205 pounds, whatever I weigh right now, if I sleep on my back exclusively, I do sometimes wake up like I do get sometimes snore a little bit or wake up like a little, air gaspy, like, like, oh my, like I was, but if I lay on my side, if I sleep on my side, I seem to breathe perfectly. I don't snore.
I got a sleep study done. Apparently, I had really bad sleep apnea when I sleep on my back, but if I sleep on my side or on my stomach, I don't have any sleep apnea.
Or so I try to sleep on my side more. As a big bodybuilder, if you get one of these chiropractic pillows that are kind of low in the
I used to inject quads when I first started. I used really concentrated test 500 milligram per mil, and I couldn't walk right for a week after one pin. Oh my god, that is so stupid. You had to have gotten that from like a UGL, right? Nobody makes 500 milligrams per mil. Highest I've ever seen was 300 milligrams per mil, and that's really rare. Like I've only seen test enanthate and test propionate go up to like 250. What in the fuck? Yeah, I'm sure like just the post-injection pain alone would hurt. Cyber Beast is the top-end Cybertruck Rodin one, 0 to 62.6. You should watch Andrew Tate's review of it. It's hilarious.
I'll buy it. It's a Cybertruck, right?
Yeah.
I didn't buy it. I didn't buy it. I got Jesco yesterday. I don't like electric cars, even though I have a Rimac Navara. I did not buy this. Someone bought me a Cybertruck.
What did I say? Your name is on it. This is your truck.
This is.
Don't believe you.
Headrest.
You've given up all your combustion engine cars and you bought electric cars.
Bro, I swear to God.
Now let me get a close-up of that. Albania.
Dude, when you see these on video, like, you know, some people might not like some people might think the styling is interesting, but when you see these in person, they are built like fucking shit, like you can't believe. It's one thing to see these on camera and think they look kind of slick, but if you see them in person, they look horrible.
How you do it? You know more than me. I don't know how to fucking do any of this.
Oreo, we've been living in a really weird timeline.
Or if I
That was roller coaster.
Woo! Or if I should be happy.
Friendly? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. That was roller coaster.
Woo! Yeah, it's quick.
No, that's actually really fun. It's too big to do that.
Okay, that floored me, I'm not gonna lie.
Wow.
It's supposed to be mad quick.
Strange.
Oh! What? Okay, this is weird.
Have you ever done one on writer.com? Including or not including gang violence?
Yeah, that's a good one. You got me. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
This is weird.
Yeah, I'm sure a big, heavy car moving that fast would feel really weird.
In the middle, and then they kind of come up on the sides, and they're rigid. And when you turn to the side, you lay on that rigid side. It keeps your head propped up, especially, if you got a big head like I do. And if you're 250 plus pounds, everyone's got a big head. and swollen head, it'll support your head and keep your airway open better. And what you'll find is that you can breathe better, because a lot of guys don't like those machines. They're uncomfortable. The machine itself makes sleeping a miserable experience. Some people love them. Some people hate it. Go a little lighter and just kind of do it by feel.
Question about injection sites, or injecting rather. 1x23 gauge needle, long enough for a 3 ml lat injection.
Was 23 gauge what? 1.1?
It's like 23. Yeah, 1x23.
23 gauge 1 inch. Is that what he said?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm reading it's like very small. Yeah, 1 inch. It's 23.
Yeah, I mean that should be fine, assuming you don't have a lot of fat on your lats. I mean, for me, it would be fine. But the lat is such a thick muscle and it's so dense, you can really go 1.5 inches and make sure it gets buried nice and deep into that lat. But you can get away with 1 inch, but I think 1.5 inch would put it in a better place. But it's up to you. Some guys prefer the shorter. I always like to go as deep as possible with the when I was injecting intramuscularly, just because I don't want it bubbling out under the skin, and causing problems. A lot of times guys get infections that way, but theoretically it would work either way.
Second question, again, these first two from the Dave Palumbo Experience app. I'm planning on doing your mass phase PED protocol in the near future. I've saved.
Either watch this or play games now. Standing Wolf 7, can I pet you?
Thank you to AnyDesk for supporting PBS. To observe.
Okay, we'll watch that in a minute. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Up 6 kits of 100 IU HGH. That's about 30 IU per week for 20 weeks. I've read so many different dosing strategies.
30 IUs per week. That's nothing. What the fuck? Either this guy is broke as fuck, or he's getting what is it? Like the real pharma grade GH. What's the what's the Pfizer? There's genotropin and there's the other one that's dosed at I think like 10 grams per mil. I can't remember the name, but yeah, he's that's a pretty that's lower than what I'm taking. I'm taking 5 IUs per day.
Strategies, taking it for 5 days and 2 days off to offset insulin resistance, or EOD dosing, or 2 days on, 1 day off, etc. What would you say is the best? I mean, he draws out a few different scenarios, 4 different scenarios. One would be 6 IU Monday.
Let me give you my because this is what I have found works best. Your body likes consistency. It likes hormonal consistency. So to do extraordinary high amounts of GH on some days and then take nothing on the other days is not going to necessarily give you more benefits. Okay, it's not going to benefit you. Remember, when you take growth hormone, your liver responds to the growth hormone by releasing IGF-1, which is the muscle building hormone. Okay, so if you go some days with taking no GH, okay, you're not producing a lot of IGF on those days. If you go some days where you're taking massive amounts of GH, 8, 10 IUs a day, your liver is only limited by how much IGF-1 it can produce. So you might be taking more GH than you really need because you can't produce enough IGF in response to it. So my experience has always been, and this is where I got the best results. I did it myself. I do it with my clients. Lower dose every single day. So 3 to 4 IUs daily. Now, the problem with that is, some people would say, well, what if I get insulin resistant? Well, you're going to be insulin resistant no matter what, even if you take a day off here and there off the GH. So
that low of a dose you're not going to have that issue.
If you get insulin resistant and you start waking up with higher fasting blood sugars, like over 90, you have to take a long-acting insulin. And the long-acting insulin will nullify the insulin resistance. And it's not really insulin resistance. What it is that the GH works antagonistically to insulin. So there's not enough insulin around to do its job. So you're going to boost that amount by taking long-acting insulin.
Yeah, growth hormone basically shifts your metabolism more to fat burning. That's what it does. But again, if you're taking like only 3 or 4 IUs before bed, you're just not going to have an issue. If you're taking much higher doses, like 10 IUs or more, that's where you might end up having problems. But even then, Chase Irons did an experiment where he was doing 18 IUs per day, and he didn't need to use insulin.
If that doesn't work and you're still not gaining, you might need to add also a fast-acting insulin a couple times a day. But usually, in my experience, with the people I've worked with, I never did this back in the day because we didn't know.
What were the last couple concerts you went to? Mine were As I Lay Dying and All That Remains. I never went to concerts.
About long-acting insulins. But with the people I've worked with, taking a long-acting insulin seems to fix the problem with GH. So take your GH 4 IUs per day, which will give you 28 IUs per week. You said you have 30 a week to take available. And then if you need it, by testing your fasting blood sugars, if you're over 90, add in a long-acting insulin. If you want something easy to get and cheap, you can go to Walmart. There's no prescription necessary. You can get Novulin N, and you can take that twice a day. Start 10 IUs twice a day. And that will yield you the best results in terms of building muscle with GH. It'll also result in a lot less side effects because even though you might be taking GH every other day, 8 IUs produces a lot more side effects in terms of fluid retention, numbness in the fingers and hands and stuff like that. So less is better over a longer period of time.
Before we go to the rest of our questions, let's bring in our friends from Titan Medical. They have their sale of the week.
The Tesla Cybertruck has a really bad steering radius. The 4-wheel steering on that is just horseshit. It does not have a better steering radius compared to other SUVs.
Retatrutide, which has sort of become one of the trendy peptides that has been going around. Obviously, Nick Walker mentioned it.
Of the quantum nature of gravity and of space-time itself, we need a particle collider the size of the solar system. Or we could just physics smarter and build one on a lab bench. Here's how. Hey everyone, before we start, we need your help. The algorithm is hiding episodes from subscribers. Share it with more who don't miss new. So strange objects in multiple places and states at once, random transitions between states and places, weird instantaneous communication over large distances, all that good quantum weirdness. But perhaps the strangest thing about quantum mechanics is that its rules seem so different from the classical large-scale world, and yet the latter comes from the former. But how? And at what size does that happen? A related mystery is the connection between gravity and the quantum. Gravity seems more in line with the classical world. It is crisply defined and very non-random, but gravity is the fabric of space-time, which is knit together on scales far smaller than the quantum. So, at what point does space-time itself become quantum? The question of the quantum classical transition and the related quantum gravity connection are notoriously difficult to probe directly due to the challenge of accessing the minuscule quantum world and the minusculer quantum gravity world. But maybe the answer is not to build tiny experiments or giant colliders, but to make the quantum world big enough to meet gravity and the classical world halfway, perhaps inside a regular laboratory. The known laws of physics can be pretty clearly broken up into these two realms, those describing the large-scale classical world and the tiny quantum world. Classical physics works great above about a micrometer, where objects are made of many, many atoms. Everything larger is, as we say, macroscopic. Quantum mechanics rules below the nanometer scale. At single molecules and atoms and smaller, but the in-between scale, the mesoscale, feels both of these worlds. It is, as we say, semi-classical, behaving mostly classically in some ways, but exhibiting quantum effects in certain conditions and when carefully coaxed. Today, we're going to look at approaches and some example experiments.
I have no idea what my VOT max is, dude. Like, you can't just test that on your own.
For probing fundamental questions by looking at this intermediate space where both classical and quantum mechanics are at play. Maybe we don't have to wait for that solar system-sized particle accelerator to do this cool stuff. We'll look at two paths. One is to look for a breakdown in our classical understanding of gravity at the mesoscale. The second will be to look for true quantum effects in as large a system as possible, but also in the mesoscale. So we're going to try to make gravity small and then make quantum big. If we can get them to meet somewhere in the middle, maybe we can even make gravity quantum. Let's start with an experiment so elegant and simple that it's been our go-to for measuring the strength of gravity since we, well, first tried to measure the strength of gravity. When Newton first wrote down his law of universal gravitation, he reasoned his way to the proportionalities based on a falling apple and the orbit of the moon. The force of gravity had to be proportional to the product of those masses divided by the square of their separation. But he had no idea of the value of the constant of proportionality, the gravitational constant. For that, he would have needed to know the Earth's mass. But how do you weigh the Earth?
We're probably going to
The
play some
answer
Battletoads
is that you
tonight.
first measure g with known masses and then work your way back to the planet. But that requires us to measure the minuscule gravitational attraction between masses that we can make and then weigh. And it wasn't for another century after Newton's law that this became remotely possible. The guy who did it should have been John Mitchell, the most underrated of the geniuses of physics. This is the same guy who first conceived of the Newtonian version of the black hole, the dark star. Mitchell's idea was to measure the minuscule gravitational pull between a pair of metal spheres using a remarkable device, the torsion pendulum. This cunning device suspends a rod on a thin wire. Rotating the rod twists the wire, leading to a restoring force that pulls it back. This can produce pendulum-like oscillations, but it can also be used to measure the strength of the force doing the initial displacement. The restoring force increases with twist, so more twist means more force. And the torsion pendulum is almost completely free from friction. With a thin wire, it can be sensitive to extremely tiny forces, perfect for the minuscule gravitational force exerted between non-planet-sized objects. Mitchell actually built his torsion pendulum, but he died before he could complete the experiment. His close friend, Henry Cavendish, inherited the device, refined the design, and saw the experiment through. It looked something like this. 2 lead balls of around a kilo were fixed to the arms of the pendulum, while a pair of 160 kilogram balls were fixed near these two, with the intention of them gravitationally attracting the smaller balls. The amount of twist in the pendulum would measure that force, and because all the masses and distances were known, the gravitational constant should fall out as the last unknown in the equation. The experimental design and the care taken were extraordinary, so much so that in 1798, Cavendish measured the gravitational constant to within 1% of the best modern value. Fun side fact, Cavendish described his experiment as weighing the Earth, because with g in hand, we could now calculate the Earth's actual mass just from the gravitational acceleration at the surface. In the 225 plus years since Cavendish's measurement, this experiment has been greatly refined, but we've improved on that first measurement only by about 1 more decimal place because Cavendish and Mitchell did such a good job. However, we're also now able to do this experiment with much smaller masses, perhaps even small enough to see if the rules change as we approach the quantum realm. And there are some reasons to think they might. In a previous episode, we talked about how gravity might deviate from the Newtonian inverse square law at very short distances. If there are extra coiled up dimensions on those scales. Essentially, gravity leaks into those dimensions very close to the source, causing it to weaken faster. But at longer ranges, it settles into the regular inverse square fading. But there are other reasons to think that gravity might behave this way. In string theory, there are ways for gravity to behave like the quantum forces, whose coupling strength changes with distance due to self-shielding. There's also the hypothetical chameleon field, which is a dark energy candidate that has a distance-dependent variable mass that could do something similar. And give a theorist enough chalk and a sabbatical, I'm sure that they'll come up with several more options. But how to test? The problem is, performing a Cavendish-type experiment with quantum or even mesoscopic masses brings with it a new slew of noise and possible interfering effects that not even Cavendish's dedication to precision could overcome. For starters, we know the gravitational force is absurdly weak between two small masses when compared to the other forces of nature. For example, the gravitational attraction between two electrons is about 42 orders of magnitude weaker than the repulsive electromagnetic force pushing them apart, making it essentially impossible to measure gravity in that case. We can use neutral masses, but even those tend to have internal electric charge distributions that can lead to dipole interactions when objects are close by. And when surfaces get very close, the Casimir force and the van der Waals force come into play, typically with much greater strength than gravity. Even if we could compensate or outright avoid these effects, there are many other potential sources of noise. Natural vibrations in the experimental setup, seismic noise, and even gravitational noise from nearby massive objects. A recent example of a successful, teensy-tiny Cavendish experiment came from a group of physicists in Vienna. They built a Cavendish setup with tiny gold spheres 1,000 times lighter than the original lead source mass, at under 100 milligrams. These 2mm gold beads capped a pendulum rod suspended on a wispy silica thread. This experiment was all about minimizing external noise and interference. As with typical modern Cavendish experiments, this one was conducted in a high vacuum, and the masses were carefully discharged, here using ionized nitrogen. A conductive Faraday shield between test and source ensured no electromagnetic interactions between the balls. The tiny gravitational field they were trying to measure between the balls, which were separated by about 2.5 millimeters, was no stronger than that of a grad student standing 2.5 meters away, or a Viennese tram.
Let us begin now with the the way it gets to your screen and how.
Alright, thanks for the donation, Rusty Shackelford.
Rumbling by on the street outside. To help quieten the gravitational noise, the experiments were done mostly between midnight and 5 AM during the quiet Christmas season, and I guess grad students were positioned strategically and asked to remain motionless, on top of asking them to stay up all night and to miss the holiday. Even with these precautions, more cleverness was needed to make the measurement. Now, Henry Cavendish directly measured his displacement of the torsion pendulum arms by seeing how far they moved. But in this and other modern Cavendish experiments, researchers have a way to massively amplify that signal. They oscillate the position of the source mass, so the test mass experiences a varying gravitational field. The pendulum also oscillates, and the varying gravitational field will very slightly perturb that oscillation. This allows a direct measurement of the gravitational acceleration caused by the source mass. The benefit of this method is that the researchers can watch for long periods of time as the tiny perturbations build up. By integrating the signal for, say, half a day, they...
This?
2 female officers were trying to detain this man. but he was resisting and smiling while doing it. The people watching the struggle thought it was funny. They were just lucky this man had no intention of hurting them. In the end, they requested a man.
Yep. If there's female cops, that means you can do whatever you want. Dude, if I was like some crazy fucked up criminal and there were 2 female cops trying to apprehend me, like I could just knock them both out like in an instant. It's like, why the hell would you ever have female cops? Thanks for the donation though, ABC.
It can detect a gravitational acceleration of 10 to the power of minus 10 meters per second squared. That's 100 billion times smaller than what we feel at Earth's surface. The gravitational constant measured in this experiment turned out to be consistent with the known gravitational constant as measured by Cavendish and later experiments. There was a difference of around 9%, but that's within the experimental uncertainty of this setup.
Having multiple different random compounds in a stack does not make you grow more.
So the laws of gravity may not be too different for these sub 100 milligram masses, but since the gold balls used here are more comparable to a baseball in size than to an atom, that may not be too surprising. It's impossible to know exactly how small we need to go to see if the strength of gravity changes, if it even does. But this team feels that it should at least be possible to get down to the Planck mass, nearly 10,000 times smaller than the current experiment, with several significant but plausible refinements of the methods. If we wanted to get these experiments down to truly quantum scales, then we need to go down another 9 to 12 orders of magnitude. That may not be possible with the Casimir setup, but other approaches like levitating nanoparticles or cryogenic suspension may make it possible. So, we've been talking about measuring gravity down to the near quantum scale. The other way we can...
Yes, I'm on steroids, stupid. That's why I've been saying it for the last month and a half.
Go is try to observe quantum effects on as large a scale as possible. One of the most defining of quantum phenomena is quantum entanglement, in which a pair of quantum objects can become correlated with each other in a way that defies classical explanation. We typically think of entanglement as existing between truly quantum scale entities. For example, a pair of electrons may have entangled spins, each spin direction undefined when taken separately, but those entangled spins are defined relative to each other, for example, as having opposite directions. Entanglement should exist between large systems, but the larger the system, the harder it is to observe. The correlations between individual particles can be smeared out and lost to the surrounding environment in a process called decoherence. Decoherence plays a huge role, perhaps the entire role, in making the quantum classical. And we could understand that process a lot better if we could somehow observe entanglement in a macroscopic property of a macroscopic system. One of the most promising approaches is in the field of optomechanics. Imagine a laser light bouncing between 2 mirrors. We call this an optomechanical cavity. The mirrors, in this case, are suspended so they can oscillate forward and back. A photon from the laser hitting the mirrors will transfer momentum that depends on the photon frequency. That sets up an oscillation in the mirrors, which in turn changes the size of the cavity, which in turn changes the frequency of the modes of light in the cavity. This leads to a feedback cycle in which the oscillation of the mirrors is correlated with the frequency of the photons, and done carefully enough, this correlation can be a true quantum entanglement. This has been achieved with very, very tiny mirrors. The first was in 2010 with an entanglement demonstrated between a light field and just a single membrane of silicon nitride as the mirror, but in 2011 a pair of mirrors was put into entanglement, not just with the bouncing photons but also with each other. That means 2 macroscopic systems in a state of entanglement with each other. So here we are really blurring the line between the quantum and the classical. But these mirrors were still tiny, really mesoscopic. It would be nice if we could achieve the same result for something truly macroscopic. Of course, it would be incredibly expensive to build a much larger optomechanical cavity with all the precision engineering, the noise mitigation tech, etc., to even attempt a macroscopic optomechanical entanglement measurement, good thing we already built one. The Laser Interferometer Gravitational Wave Observatory, LIGO, was designed to detect space-time ripples, but in principle could be used to detect correlations in the oscillations of the mirrors that point to true entanglement between these genuinely macroscopic objects. Many of the challenges for doing this with LIGO have already been solved. In order to detect actual gravitational waves, incredible work was done to minimize random noise, to flag and remove seismic vibrations, and even remove spurious gravitational signals. The major outstanding challenge is dealing with a special type of noise that can confuse the entanglement signal. This is non-Markovian noise, which, unlike regular noise, develops correlations over time, sort of like a memory, that can be confused for the entanglement source correlations. Motivated by the goal of teasing out any signs of entanglement in LIGO, in 2024, a group of researchers went back through the LIGO's data, now equipped with new and improved models to account for the non-Markovian noise. And they haven't found anything yet. But with better noise modeling and more integration time, we may spot the quantum whisper of entanglement between LIGO's 40-kilogram mirrors which span its 4-kilometer arms. Detecting entanglement between classical or semi-classical objects can help us understand the boundary between the quantum and the classical. The Cavendish experiment we started with was about exploring the quantum nature of gravity. Now, the Holy Grail would be to bring these goals together to detect entanglement between systems in which the entanglement is actually mediated by gravity. If gravity can do this, it means that gravity itself must have quantum properties. Now, we did look at one approach a while back with a Stern-Gerlach type experiment in which nanodiamonds in a superposition of positions nudge at each other gravitationally and so become quantum entangled. But there are other proposals that don't require the superposition of positions. For example, putting test masses in a superposition of spin states whose energy difference then leads to a difference in the gravitational fields that they generate. Or even a real Cavendish-like experiment in which a pair of oscillating pendula develop non-classical correlations over long periods of time that can only have arisen from a gravitationally mediated quantum connection. All of these ideas are still in early phases, from thought experiment to active planning. The technological hurdles are major, but the crazy thing is that the hurdles are just technological, and there are clear paths to solving them. This is what's so cool. We'll soon have a lab bench experiment that can start to map the quantum classical divide, and even observe the quantum behavior of gravity. Physics is cool. Just a couple hundred years from lead balls suspended from wires to the quantum nature of space-time. Thank you to AnyDesk for supporting PBS. AnyDesk was created because
I did not follow any of that. I don't know what the fuck we just watched or what the hell just happened. No fucking clue. They added limousines. Brake glow. Cool. They're trying to find the quantum particle for gravity, which is not possible yet. That sounds like it would be hard. Is RFK Jr. dumber than Trump? No, Trump's dumber. He is definitely a dumber person. RFK Jr. knows Trump's a dumbass. Like, he's talked about it, so... Oh, yes. Oh my god. I remember. Oh my god. Jeez. Oh my god. Oh, I hate this game. This game is fucked. It's actually fucked. And this shit is just absolutely insane. Yep. We got that down now. Oh, fuck. No! Oh, we're so screwed. Yep. Dude, this is the most... Fuck right off! Oh, like, okay. This game is so fucking insane. That is such an insane fucking jump. You have to be a heartless psychopath to design a game like this. You are sick. Just sick. You are sick in the fucking head. Whoever made this fucking game. I'm not in the right mental state to play this right now. I fully and utterly cannot. I'm just gonna head to bed. I'm still a little sick, so I'm gonna try to get some sleep. Hopefully it's just all gone by tomorrow. Tomorrow I should be doing a workout stream, and then we'll do a evening stream later. So I'll see you all then. But big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. And I got my good full-frame camera working for streams with the new cooling fan. So the workout stream should be much higher video quality, so that'll be good. But I'll see you all tomorrow. Thanks again, everybody, and sweet dreams.